Chapter 48:19. However, Lin Ling also looked around. The Yellow Emperor's eyes lit up, knowing that Lin Ling was about to speak. He waved his right hand again, blocking everyone's probing. Only he and Lin Ling were left inside the screen. Shengyi and Nanwu Fengyu smiled, knowing that Lin Ling would speak. The more people knew, the safer they would be. As expected, when Lin Ling and the Yellow Emperor walked out, the Yellow Emperor's expression shifted, as if shocked by this result. Even the Yellow Emperor was shocked. Shengyi and the others weren't surprised. They guessed that any god who learned this secret would be shocked for a long time. I didn't expect it to be him. In the end, the Yellow Emperor smiled wryly at Lin Ling. Sire Lin Ling, you've brought me wave after wave of surprises since your return. Actually, I know who the seventh world will host is. Lin Ling said, then stared at the Yellow Emperor to see if he wanted to know. The Yellow Emperor sighed. I even know who the last world will host is, so this one won't make a difference. That's right. Lin Ling said, as if he was trying to pull someone into a pirate ship. After all, the more world wills the Yellow Emperor knew, the more likely he would stand with him in the future. The seventh world will host is the god behind the three divine gates of White Mountain, the Dipankara Buddha. It's him? Oh my god, it's another ancient giant god. Hearing this, the Yellow Emperor bitterly laughed. There were too many powerful gods. If he had to fight alone, he wouldn't be able to fight them all. However, he quickly remembered Lin Ling's square prison. He asked carefully, does my master know these secrets? Senior Guangchengzi knows everything. Lin Ling nodded. That's good. The Yellow Emperor let out a sigh of relief. If his master knew about this, then his master would be able to block any powerful enemies that came. He couldn't help but look at Lin Ling in the eye, and laughed at the same time. Even if the sky falls, the taller one will hold it up. Their thoughts were the same. If these powerful beings were to attack them, the stronger ancient giant gods would be enough to deal with them. Is the Yellow Emperor here? While the Yellow Emperor and Lin Ling were talking, a majestic voice suddenly exploded in the sky. The sky began to change along with the winds and clouds. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor frowned. He sensed a powerful aura approaching. At the same time, the boundless divine mountains also erupted with a towering aura, as if they were going to fight against the powerful enemy that had suddenly appeared in the sky. However, at this moment, treasure light shone brightly and spiritual energy engulfed the blue dome of heaven like a dragon. Satin leaves. A universal treasure appeared in the sky, sprinkling down endless radiance. According to legend, this was the most ancient giant divine weapon, Jia Zi. It was incomparably precious and could increase a god's chances of becoming a superior god by 10%. Star Phoenix Sand. It was an indispensable treasure to form a world. With this treasure, one could create a world and even control it. Jiushao War Chariot. It was a war chariot comparable to a late-stage superior god, and there were a total of 365 of them. If they were to explode together, even 50 late-stage superior gods would die. A large number of ancient giant treasures appeared in the sky, constantly circling and shaking the earth. What is this? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces solemn. Even the Yellow Emperor frowned, not understanding what this meant. Yellow Emperor, I have offended you many times in the past. Take these treasures as my apology. At this moment, the radiance in the sky flowed and quietly condensed into a figure that slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This person was tall and sturdy. He wore a beast skin coat that looked domineering and magnificent, as if he was wearing a cape. And this person was Emperor Yao. Emperor Yao and the Yellow Emperor had never been on good terms. Today, he actually took the initiative to come to the Yellow Emperor's territory. Moreover, he gave away so many treasures just to make up for it. The Yellow Emperor's frown deepened. He did not understand what Emperor Yao was up to. Old brother Yellow Emperor, I trust you have been well since we last met. At this moment, another voice sounded. A huge demonic eye appeared in the sky. This eye was eerie green, and when it stared at the ground, all the gods felt a chill run down their spines. In the eye, a woman sat quietly in the depths of the eye, smiling as she looked at the Yellow Emperor on the ground. I have 300 million Dao realm fragments here to apologize to you, old brother Yellow Emperor. The woman said with a smile. What she took out was also a huge treasure. 300 million Dao realm fragments. One had to know that 1 million Dao realm fragments could allow one god to enter the Dao pagoda. 300 million Dao realm fragments meant that 300 gods could enter the Dao pagoda. Without a doubt, this was a huge sum of money. Emperor Yao Shui. The Yellow Emperor's eyes flashed again, and he was even more shocked. Your Excellency Yellow Emperor, I am here on behalf of the 3 divine sects of White Mountain. At this moment, a handsome young man appeared in the sky and bowed respectfully to the Yellow Emperor. I have 500 million Dao realm fragments here. It is a token of the Buddha God's goodwill. I hope Senior Yellow Emperor will kindly accept it. 500 million. That was even more exaggerated. Now, the 3 great powers had come, and all of them had brought priceless treasures. No one could understand what they wanted. The Yellow Emperor looked at the leaders of the 3 great powers indifferently, pondered for a moment, and said with a smile, as the saying goes, one should not accept a reward without any effort. I am unable to accept such precious treasures. May I know what the 3 of you are here for? The Yellow Emperor did not lose his mind because of the treasures because this was too abnormal. He, it's actually very simple. We are here for a person. Emperor Yao laughed, but there was disappointment in the depths of his eyes. He did not expect the Yellow Emperor to reject so many treasures. However, he was not in a hurry. He believed that the Yellow Emperor would accept these treasures after he told him his purpose for coming. Who is it? The Yellow Emperor suddenly understood. He had long felt that these people would not give away so many treasures just to shake hands and make peace. These people were not people who would easily be taken advantage of. Emperor Yao was still smiling. His eyes fell on the Yellow Emperor, and then on the person beside him. Finally, he looked at the Emperor Shun and said, "You say it." The Emperor Shun also looked at the person beside the Yellow Emperor. She nodded and said, "For him, Lin Ling." The moment these words fell, the sacred mountain seemed to explode. 2 great ancient emperors and one of the oldest sacred sects. They had brought so many treasures just for Lin Ling alone. This reward was too great. We want to take him away. If the Yellow Emperor agrees, these treasures will belong to you. The Emperor Shun pointed at Lin Ling and explained their purpose for coming. I know that old brother Yellow Emperor has many treasures, but I think that there is no way that you would not be moved by so many treasures. Old brother only needs to hand over a person, and these treasures will belong to you. This is a great bargain. Emperor Yao's eyes flashed coldly as he said with a smile. Although they had paid so many treasures just for Lin Ling alone, they felt that it was all worth it. Chapter 48:20. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. What a generous offer. However, he did not say anything. He looked at the Yellow Emperor, waiting for him to make the decision. The Yellow Emperor sighed. If it were anyone else, he might have been tempted. But Lin Ling? Lin Ling was the host body of the 8th realm will. Lin Ling also knew his master, Guangchengzi. No matter what the reason was, he could not hand Lin Ling over. My apologies. Take your treasures and scram. Lin Ling, I will not hand him over. The Yellow Emperor looked up at Emperor Yao and the others. Emperor Yao and the others were all smiling. They thought that the Yellow Emperor would agree, but the Yellow Emperor's words were like a slap to their faces. You're crazy. They immediately roared in unison. 300 million Dao realm shards. 500 million Dao realm shards. Plus countless treasures. The Yellow Emperor would give them up? Lin Ling might have some ability and potential, but compared to the treasures, Lin Ling was nothing. With these treasures, the Yellow Emperor could even nurture 3 more Lin Lings, or even 5 Lin Lings. Yellow Emperor, are you serious? Emperor Yao had come with full confidence. Now that he had been rejected, his voice turned gloomy. Yellow Emperor, you should know that if you don't hand over Lin Ling, not only will these treasures not belong to you, we will also declare war on you. Emperor Shun said coldly. Alright, enough. If you want to fight, bring it on. I will never hand over Lin Ling. In fact, if you dare to touch Lin Ling, you will be my enemy. Don't blame me for not showing mercy. The Yellow Emperor looked up at the 2 ancient emperors and said fearlessly. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. It was as if a great universe had been sealed away from this world. Scram! The Yellow Emperor bellowed in anger as his powerful aura surged forth. It was as though he was about to fight the 2 ancient emperors. As for Lin Ling, seeing the Yellow Emperor protect him, his heart felt warm. Although the Yellow Emperor helped him mostly because of Master Guangcheng, Lin Ling felt that even without Master Guangcheng, the Yellow Emperor would not abandon him. Scram! Beneath the endless godly mountains, the auras of many gods shot up into the sky. They were all gods from the Yellow Emperor's tomb. Dong dong dong. The sound of war drums shook the heavens and earth. Some of the thunder beasts looked up to the sky and unleashed their thunderbolts. There were divine swords moving unhindered, 10,000 swords returned to origin. Countless powerful auras surged out, telling Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun whose territory this was. Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun's expressions instantly turned ugly. They could sense a large number of late-stage high god gods, and many peak high god gods who were just a step away from becoming cosmos gods. Yellow Emperor. They turned to look at the Yellow Emperor again. Their hearts were heavy. They had come here today to give the Yellow Emperor enough face. They even spoke humbly, but in the end, they were given the cold shoulder and had to flee with their tails between their legs. Lin Ling, if you have the capability, hide here forever. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Emperor Yao finally left after leaving behind a sentence. Lin Ling, don't think we'll let you off. This matter isn't over. Emperor Shun sneered and walked back towards the demonic eye in the sky. Scram! Lin Ling sneered too. Since they were enemies, there was no need for him to be polite. Scram! The Yellow Emperor roared too. Scram! A deafening voice reverberated throughout the entire deity mountain. It was as though Emperor Yao and the others were being chased away with a broom. This angered Emperor Yao and the others so much that their bodies trembled. In the end, they took their treasures and disappeared from the sky in shame. Seeing them disappear, an even louder voice soared into the sky. Senior Yellow Emperor, many thanks for before. Lin Ling said to the Yellow Emperor after seeing Emperor Yao and the others leave. It's nothing. The Yellow Emperor smiled and shook his head. He brought Lin Ling and the others to a nearby area to stay. That night, the place was bustling with noise. The Yellow Emperor ordered people to slaughter cows and sheep to welcome Lin Ling's arrival. Although they were all gods, they still retained the most traditional customs. Every time a festival came, they would dance and sing around the fire, praying for the heavens' protection. Yu, Shengyi, and the others were also very happy. They danced with some girls wearing beast skins. Ha ha ha. Treasure god Nanwu Fengyu and Thunder god were drinking wine with some of the senior prophets. Senior Yellow Emperor, it's because of you that they can live such a peaceful life. Lin Ling sighed as he looked at all this. He knew that the Yellow Emperor was the pillar of support for these people. They have been with me for a long time. Back then, when the heavens and earth first opened, there were wild beasts everywhere. The heavens and earth were full of disasters. Hundreds of thousands of people died every day. I couldn't bear to see them die, so I organized them into a huge tribe to fight against the natural dangers. The Yellow Emperor smiled. Thinking of those years, he also sighed in his heart. Those days were the most difficult, but also the most fulfilling and the happiest. Sir Lin Ling, I saw many people under your tomb. They grew up safely under your protection. You are also their shelter. The Yellow Emperor said again. How can my people compare to the Yellow Emperor? Lin Ling said modestly. His eyes looked into the distance. He knew that this area was the safest because of the Yellow Emperor's existence. But in the outside world, the weak were prey to the strong. The gods fought endlessly, and there were gods dying every day. In the void of Jianghu, everyone thought that the gods were omnipotent and could easily control the life and death of others. But they didn't know that in this place, the gods' lives were the most worthless. The gods looked glorious, but behind the scenes, they had to pay a great price. Others would never know. Back then, I was in charge of humanity, but it was still difficult to fight against the natural dangers. Later on, I traveled thousands of miles to find a master. After 100 years, I finally met my master, Guangchengzi. My master taught me the way to rule the heavens. Later on, I was praised by the humans and became the Yellow Emperor. My master gave me a new lease of life. It will be difficult for me to repay this kindness in this life. Sir Lin Ling, please help me give this jug of wine to the old man. The Yellow Emperor drank a large jug of wine and sincerely said to Lin Ling, okay. Lin Ling nodded and took the jug of wine into the square prison. However, Guangchengzi seemed to know the Yellow Emperor's intentions. He accepted the wine but didn't go out to meet the Yellow Emperor. After Lin Ling came out, he told the Yellow Emperor about Guangchengzi's intentions. The Yellow Emperor sighed inwardly, but he didn't care too much. He was already very happy that his master accepted his wine. And with his master's temperament, he didn't like to meet strangers. Lin Ling, come. Suddenly, the Yellow Emperor nodded to Lin Ling. Chapter 48-21. This sacred art is divided into several realms, corresponding to the power of the worlds will host. They are black, green, blue, yellow, red, gold, and purple. As for how to cultivate it, I don't know either, because I don't have the world's will power. Now, I will teach it to you. Hearing this, Lin Ling quickly sat down cross-legged. The Yellow Emperor pointed at Lin Ling, and a ray of light entered Lin Ling's mind, exploding in Lin Ling's mind. This was a complicated technique that explained how to control the power of the world. However, it wasn't easy to activate this power. This was because the power of the world's will was hidden in the body. It was difficult for any divine ability to detect it. It had to be awakened. Lin Ling's soul force continued to observe the complicated technique. However, he could understand the technique, but he could not sense the world's will power. Just like cultivation, no matter how you cultivate, you could not sense the spiritual energy in your body. Lin Ling opened his eyes, looking at the Yellow Emperor in disbelief, and told him the problem he encountered. This is a little strange, because Shaoluan, Lei Gong, and Longnyang could all sense their own world's will power. The only difference is the strength of the world's will power. Among them, Shaoluan sensed it the fastest, Lei Gong was second, and Longnyang was last. Furthermore, I also had them activate that power. It's really powerful. It's a power that surpasses the power of gods, the steps of gods, and even the most ancient divine abilities. Even if it's just a strand of power, it's still extremely powerful. That's right. The Yellow Emperor was also very confused. Could it be that I am not the world's will host? Lin Ling couldn't help but frown. Even Shaoluan could feel that power, so why couldn't he? You returned from the 8 gods' heavenly palace, and the stone tablet recorded that you are the world's will host. That is definitely not wrong. I estimate that there are strong and weak worlds will hosts. Yours is too strong, so it is even harder to sense. After all, you are the 8th world's will host. The Yellow Emperor thought for a while and explained, you see, Shaoluan was the first to sense it, then Lei Gong, and finally Longniang. This explains everything. Senior Yellow Emperor is right. Lin Ling nodded. In my opinion, if you practice this technique every day and constantly communicate with the power of the world hidden in your body, you will definitely notice it over time. The Yellow Emperor said again. Then, he saw Lin Ling close his eyes and meditate. He did not interrupt Lin Ling and turned to leave. Lin Ling was still cultivating this cultivation method. What made him feel strange was that as he cultivated this cultivation method, he could feel a force roaming through his entire body, as if it was searching for something. However, he couldn't see the power of the world's will. Perhaps it was just as the Yellow Emperor had said, awakening the will of the world would require a long process. Now, I've already prepared the 8-treasure acacia tree to break through to become a mid-god. However, I'm still quite lacking in the treasures needed for the breakthrough. Moreover, if I want to enter the Dao Pagoda, I'll need a large number of Dao realm fragments. After cultivating for a while, Lin Ling sensed his own strength. In the Dao realm, with his current strength, he estimated that he was above average. However, in the Dao Pagoda, there were too many gods. Countless gods had accumulated over several eras, and they were all above average gods in strength. Therefore, Lin Ling had to become even stronger. Although he could threaten late-stage high gods, in reality, he was relying on all kinds of trump cards. Moreover, it was only a threat. If he really wanted to kill a late-stage high god, he might not succeed. For example, Tung Wang Kung was scared away by Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not even attack him. Thinking of those trump cards, Lin Ling hurriedly cultivated the 3 ultimate universe splits. He remembered that his soul force had greatly increased, and he was close to being able to cultivate the 2nd ultimate universe splits. However, when he wanted to cultivate it, he helplessly discovered that although this ultimate universe split seemed close, it was in fact still far away. Lin Ling continued to cultivate, but in the end, he could not break through the threshold and cultivate the 2nd ultimate universe splits. Lin Ling could not help but sigh. He then checked Pangu's attack. The 3 ultimate universe splits were a Mahayana Buddhist technique of soul force, and Pangu's attack was a physical body divine ability. Now that Lin Ling's physical strength had greatly increased, he did not know if Pangu's attack could be cultivated to the next level. Pangu's attack had 6 attacks. Now that Lin Ling had cultivated split the heavens and shatter the earth, they represented 1 attack and 1 defense. The 3rd attack was absolute soul. What shocked Lin Ling was that he could cultivate Pangu's physical body divine ability. As for absolute soul shock, it doubled the speed of the entire body. Doubled. It was incomparably terrifying. However, the requirement for cultivation was that one's physical body must be strong enough. Because this was the explosive speed that could be achieved by burning one's physical body. Just like split the heavens and shatter the earth, Pangu's divine ability could only be used once in a short period of time. Double the speed. Lin Ling's pupils violently trembled. Speed had always been his domain of expertise. His current speed was 5 million world speed. With the addition of the Quafu Sun chasing boots, it was 10 million world speed. But if he used absolute soul and doubled his speed, it would be 20 million world speed. With such speed, no mid-stage high god could catch up with him. Immediately, Lin Ling began to cultivate. Fortunately, the cultivation of Pangu's attack had never been difficult. It depended on whether one's physical body had reached the standard. And Lin Ling had clearly reached the standard. After a long time, Lin Ling stood up and silently executed Pangu's divine ability. First, flames appeared on his legs. They were the flames of the Quafu Sun chasing boots. Then, a silver radiance appeared. Lin Ling felt as though he was stepping on two silver plates. Lin Ling took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. In just one step, he had passed through the Yellow Emperor's territory. His speed was incomparably fast. Next, Lin Ling tested it again and finally walked back with satisfaction. Speed was a life-saving measure. It was also a trump card to defeat one's opponent. With great speed, one would be undefeatable at some point. One could even use the smallest amount of strength to kill one's opponent. But the speed of a god had always been difficult to increase, unless one had an innate divine fetus. Right now, my strongest talent is the eternal killing world. My other talents have more or less reached their limits and won't be of much help. However, the eternal killing world is enough to support me to step into the high god realm. What I lack are treasures. Lin Ling walked back and pondered for a moment. Then, he immediately went to look for the Yellow Emperor. Chapter 48-22. Take my letter and give it to Daoist Yuan. He will probably give you 100,000 Dao realm fragments as a reward. Lin Ling pondered for a moment before finally nodding. But you must be careful. Emperor Yao, Emperor Shun, and the others are all searching for you. Oh right, there are also the 3 divine gates of White Mountain, Emperor Ziwei, and the others. Don't let them find you. Seeing that Lin Ling had agreed, the Yellow Emperor said again. Don't worry. Although I can't fight them, it shouldn't be difficult for me to escape. Lin Ling's speed had greatly increased, and his confidence had also increased by a lot. No mid-stage high god could catch up to him. As for late-stage high gods, unless they had divine embryos with speed, it would be difficult for them to catch up to him. What was there to be afraid of? That's good. The Yellow Emperor took out the letter and handed it to Lin Ling. Now, all the gods in the vicinity of the Dao Tower were desperately searching for Dao realm fragments. Lin Ling only had to hand over the letter, but he could get 100,000 Dao realm fragments. Naturally, he wouldn't miss it. After receiving the letter, Lin Ling bid farewell to Yu Yu and the others and immediately left. He followed the direction indicated by the letter and moved forward without stopping. 10 days later, Lin Ling appeared in the west of the Dao Tower. He didn't burst out with full speed, so it took him some time. The main thing was that if he went at full speed, it would easily attract the attention of some gods. If he was discovered by Emperor Yao and the others, Lin Ling would be in a lot of trouble. In the Dao Tower, many ancient divine gates were related to Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao. Naturally, Lin Ling was much more cautious. In the west of the Dao Tower, snow and ice intersected, and the vast land was snow-white. Blizzard swept across the sky and earth from time to time, drowning everything. This wave of icy coldness had already reached the pinnacle, and it was mixed with terrifying divine energy. It was capable of causing any low-level deity to fall here, and even a mid-level deity would have to be careful. If they were to be engulfed by the blizzard head-on, even if they didn't die, they would still lose a layer of skin. The Dao Tower is so scary. Lin Ling moved forward carefully, leaving a footprint on the ground with each step. Every time a snowstorm approached, he would be able to sense it in advance and avoid the snowstorm. Moreover, from time to time, he would look back, but in the distant sky, he could still see the pure white Dao Pagoda. It was like a guiding light hanging in the sky. The Dao Pagoda was indeed a place that every god yearned for. It could be sensed from anywhere. Another blizzard is coming. We have to stay out of the way. Then, Lin Ling looked into the distance. It was dark, and he could hear a terrifying rumbling sound. Lin Ling hurriedly moved in another direction. He found a cliff on a hill and hid under it to avoid the storm. These snowstorms were too powerful. When they fell on the void of the 9 continents, they could freeze the entire void of the 9 continents. Even Lin Ling's Lin Ling universe could not withstand many waves of snowstorms. Rumble. Lin Ling hid under the cliff. Above him, the sound of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. Although Lin Ling had avoided the most dangerous storm, he was still affected by the aftershocks. His whole body was frozen, and his skin continued to crack. Of course, these injuries did not affect Lin Ling much. Therefore, Lin Ling took the opportunity to cultivate. Time passed quietly. After the blizzard had passed, sunlight appeared in the sky and fell on the snowy ground, illuminating everything. A large group walked over from afar. Their bodies were covered in light, like lanterns. It was obvious that their strength was not weak at all. After this, no one is allowed to leave the Dao sect. Now that the ancient emperor wants to harm us, we must be careful. In the vicinity of the Dao pagoda, there are countless ancient divine sections. These divine sects are also eyeing our origin-returning Dao sect. Although we do not fear them, it is better to avoid trouble at this time. Remember, you must not cause trouble. An old man said to the group. This old man was a mid-stage high god. The disciples behind him were all extremely young. There were early-stage high gods and mid-stage high gods. The weakest was a mid-stage high god. The origin-returning Dao sect was famous back in the era of the gods. Later on, when the calamity of the worlds will arrived, the entire sect was massacred. After reincarnating, the elders and disciples of the past all found the Dao sect and returned. We understand. The disciples nodded. Uncle Master, look. There's someone there. Wow, he dares to walk here alone. All of a sudden, a woman pointed to the bottom of the cliff. At the bottom of the cliff, the snow was melting, revealing Lin Ling's body. Therefore, they saw him at a glance. He must be very strong. After all, if he dares to walk here alone and is not afraid of the blizzard, he can't be weak. A youth nodded and said. The old man frowned. After a closer inspection, he smiled and said, just mid-stage high god strength. A mid-stage high god is that strong? He's cultivating. He must be quite strong. I just don't know how much divine energy he has. Let me test him. Since he's here, he must be here to become a disciple. When the disciples found out that he was not a mid-stage high god, they relaxed. Then, a woman walked over with a smile. When the old man saw this, he shook his head but did not stop her. A mid-stage high god was not worthy of his attention. At this moment, Lin Ling was comprehending the technique left behind by the Yellow Emperor. However, he still could not sense the world will's power. Then, he opened his eyes and noticed the group of people in front of him. I'm sorry to disturb your cultivation. When she saw Lin Ling open his eyes, the woman immediately said. It's fine. I didn't make much progress anyway. Lin Ling shook his head, patted the snow off his body, and stood up. I'm Lin Ziyu from the origin-returning Dao sect. I saw that you were cultivating and you weren't afraid of the snowstorm. I reckon that you're not weak. So I'm itching to learn from you. Is that okay? The woman was quite polite. Whether it was interrupting Lin Ling or asking for advice from Lin Ling, her tone was very polite. Origin-returning Dao sect? When he heard the woman's words, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Have you heard of the origin-returning Dao sect? Are you really here to become a disciple? Our origin-returning Dao sect was very famous during the Age of the Gods. At its peak, we opened 365 sects and had more than 300 million disciples. When she saw Lin Ling's expression, the woman immediately smiled. She guessed that Lin Ling had come because of the sect's reputation. Although the times were different now, most of the gods who had died in the world will's calamity had heard of the origin-returning Dao sect. Back then, they had failed to become a disciple. Now that they had heard of the origin-returning Dao sect, it was not impossible for them to come again. If you want to become a disciple, then you have to spar with me. You don't have to win. You just have to use your full strength. Our martial uncle will evaluate you and see if you are suitable for our origin-returning Dao sect. The woman smiled cutely, revealing 2 small canine teeth. Become a disciple? Chapter 48-23. Your Excellency, be careful. Unfortunately, Lin Ziyu thought that Lin Ling was an ordinary intermediate god. She came from the origin returning Dao sect and was stronger than an ordinary intermediate god. Therefore, she warned Lin Ling. She activated her divine power and started to test Lin Ling. However, she realized that Lin Ling was not as weak as she thought. Next, she increased her divine power and wanted to pressure Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was nonchalant and dealt with it casually. You have some skills. Finally, Lin Ziyu unleashed her strongest strength. Her hands flew as if she was setting up a barrier. Although it looked ordinary, she was able to unleash powerful divine power from all angles around Lin Ling and attack Lin Ling. Lin Ling's interest was piqued by such a method. After a moment of careful observation, Lin Ling did not hold back anymore. His divine power erupted and he punched out in all directions. Boom! Boom! A dull sound rang out, and the white snow around the explosion shot up into the sky. All of Lin Ziyu's tricks were broken by Lin Ling. So powerful. Lin Ziyu was secretly shocked. Not only was the man in front of her powerful divine power, but he was also very good at comprehending divine abilities. The technique she used earlier was called Divine Power Forbidden Divine Technique. It was a divine ability that the origin returning Dao sect did not pass on to others. She could use her divine power to silently kill her opponent before they noticed. Of course, this technique was only effective against gods of the same realm. Although Lin Ling's realm was the same as hers, his divine power was much stronger. Therefore, the effect was not that great. What was amazing was that Lin Ling could see through her divine power forbidden divine technique. Your Excellency, I have lost. Lin Ziyu cupped her hands and said to Lin Ling, it's fine. What was your previous technique? Lin Ling said with a smile. His soul force was powerful, so he was able to detect the hidden power of divinity in the surroundings. However, he was only able to roughly detect it. If he could control this method, although it wouldn't be considered a trump card, it would still be able to catch his enemies off guard in battle. This is a divine ability that the origin returning Dao sect does not pass on to others. Lin Ziyu smiled. She pondered for a moment and suddenly said, Your Excellency, you must be here because you want to join the origin returning Dao sect. If you join the origin returning Dao sect, you can learn the previous techniques. Moreover, your divine power is not weak. You are qualified to become a disciple of the origin returning Dao sect. Disciple? Lin Ling shook his head. Just as he was about to say something, the experts in the distance walked over. The more he looked, the more he liked Lin Ling's sect, the more he smiled and said, Your Excellency, you must have heard of the origin returning Dao sect. Your Excellency, I have you our origin sect. Lin Ling stared at the old man, discovering that he had the power of a high god. Like I said, he's here because of the fame. Our origin returning Dao sect now has a powerful senior brother. Your Excellency, Your Majesty God, Xie Senior Xie Yu. The surrounding youths greeted Lin Ling respectfully. Although you joined the origin returning Dao sect later, in the world of gods, the strong are respected. They call you senior brother, so you are qualified to accept it. The old man stroked his beard and said, My name is Ling Guang. You can call me Martial Uncle Ling Guang. This. Lin Ling frowned. These people were too polite, making it difficult for him to speak. After all, he really was not here to become a disciple. He was here for a god called Daoist Yuan. It's fine. Our origin returning Dao sect is very easy to talk to. You don't have to be too restrained. Martial Uncle Ling Guang thought that Lin Ling was flattered. At this point, Lin Ling knew that he had no choice but to say his purpose. He shook his head and said, Senior, I'm really not here to become a disciple. Everyone was still chatting enthusiastically. When they heard Lin Ling's words, their laughter suddenly stopped. Martial Uncle Ling Guang frowned and said in a low voice, "Then what are you doing here?" "I'm here to find a person called Daoist Yuan. I'm here to deliver a letter to him. I'm here to complete a task for someone," Lin Ling said bluntly. "Not here to become a disciple? Why didn't this guy say so earlier? He made us happy for nothing. I'm calling him senior brother." "Humph, so embarrassing." The faces of the disciples instantly turned cold. It was obvious that they were in a bad mood. "Nonsense, if you're not here to become a disciple, why didn't you say so earlier?" Martial Uncle Ling Guang's voice also became dignified. Previously, they had thought that Lin Ling was here to become a disciple. Now that they had been rejected by Lin Ling, they felt that they could not put down their faces. Moreover, their origin returning Dao sect was a famous Dao sect during the Age of the Gods. There were countless people who wanted to join their Dao sect. Now that they had given Lin Ling a chance, Lin Ling had actually rejected them. This was also a humiliation to the origin returning Dao sect. "I wanted to say it earlier but you didn't even have the chance to. However, it was my fault. I apologize here." Lin Ling said indifferently, "I wonder where Daoist Yuan is? Where can I see him?" "Humph, you're just a mere junior. What qualifications do you have to see Daoist Yuan? He's an eagle in the sky and you're a pile of shit on the ground. You don't have the qualifications to see him. Leave by yourself." Martial Uncle Ling Guang coldly snorted and his tone became even worse. Lin Ling's voice instantly turned cold. He had already apologized for the misunderstanding earlier. Who knew that these people would still refuse to forgive him? He coldly snorted and said, "What origin returning Dao sect? In my opinion, it's just a petty Dao sect. It's no wonder it's in decline now." "You." Everyone stared at Lin Ling angrily. "Alright, I'm here to deliver a letter on behalf of someone. Take it or leave it. In any case, I've already brought the letter." Lin Ling ignored them. He threw down the letter and strode away. What a rude brat. Martial Uncle, teach him a lesson. That's right. He actually dared to insult the origin returning Dao sect. All the disciples were enraged. Lin Ziyu continuously spoke up for Lin Ling. From the bottom of her heart, she believed that Lin Ling did not insult the origin returning Dao sect. After all, it was their wishful thinking from the beginning. Lin Ling did not agree to it at all. Now that Lin Ling had rejected them, the origin returning Dao sect seemed to be angry from embarrassment. Forget it. Now that the origin returning Dao sect is in trouble, consider him lucky. Let's go. Martial Uncle Ling Guang originally wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. However, when he thought of the origin returning Dao sect's recent encounters, he held back. Martial Uncle, this letter. Lin Ziyu looked at the envelope on the ground. Martial Uncle Ling Guang coldly snorted and said, "Who cares about him? If you want to take it, then take it." Hearing this, Lin Ziyu could only take the letter and leave with the crowd. At the same time, she looked at the letter and saw that it had a mysterious seal. It seemed to be extremely powerful. Martial Uncle Ling Guang, that person was so arrogant. However, it seems like he's very confident. What if he really knows Martial Uncle Yuan? Along the way, someone asked. Humph, he's just a middle celestial. What right does he have to know Martial Uncle Yuan? Ling Guang said disdainfully. Chapter 48-24. Hearing this, Ling Guang frowned. Such a thing could happen. However, he still said stubbornly, sending a middle god to deliver the letter means that the other party isn't a big deal. They're probably a smaller faction than the origin returning Dao sect, and they're here to seek protection from us. Uncle, this is bad. This letter seems to have the Yellow Emperor's name on it. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Ziyu's voice immediately sounded, with a hint of anxiety. The group immediately stopped in their tracks. Ling Guang's body trembled as he looked at Lin Ziyu in shock and said, "Lin Ziyu, are you seeing things?" "No, no. Look." Lin Ziyu quickly handed the letter to Ling Guang. Ling Guang looked at it from top to bottom and his expression changed completely. The letter did indeed have the Yellow Emperor's signature. Furthermore, the power in the letter was very mysterious. Even he couldn't see through it. Most importantly, the letter said that after careful consideration, the Yellow Emperor had finally agreed to accept the Origin Returning Dao sect into his faction. Now, the Origin Returning Dao sect was surrounded by enemies. All the gods were eyeing them covetously. They needed a strong backer. The Yellow Emperor was the backer they had chosen. However, when they asked the Yellow Emperor for help, the Yellow Emperor ignored them. This matter dragged on for a few years. Now, the Yellow Emperor had finally agreed. The letter even said that the Yellow Emperor had sent his confidant to deliver the letter. This showed that he valued the Origin Returning Dao sect. Confidant? The middle god youth from before? Heavens! Under the Yellow Emperor's tomb, there were countless capable people. Without the strength of a higher god, it was impossible to get close to the Yellow Emperor. Why did he send a middle god? Immediately hand this letter to your uncle Yuan. Remember to tell him that this matter is extremely urgent. Uncle Ling Guang's expression changed greatly as he immediately instructed. He then looked at Lin Ziyu and the rest and said, "Let's go and find that man. We've missed him." After a long time, on the snowy ground, a large number of gods glided along the ground, looking for Lin Ling everywhere. A white-haired old man wearing a Daoist robe grumbled, "Junior brother Ling Guang, you can be considered as someone who has seen a lot. You actually offended the Yellow Emperor's messenger. What do you want me to say to you? It's not like you don't know that the Origin Returning Dao sect is currently being attacked from all sides. If the Yellow Emperor were to step in to protect us, the nearby divine sects would not dare to bully us. But now..." Hearing the old man's words, Ling Guang said with a bitter face, "Senior brother, I don't know either. That lad is just a mid-god. How would I know that he has such a powerful backer? Kid? Can't you change your temper?" The white-haired old man glared at him, scaring Ling Guang into silence. The white-haired elder continued, "This is no longer the era of the gods, but the era of the gods from several eras. There are many divine sects that are more powerful than the Origin Returning Dao sect. You should keep a low profile. When you find that fellow Daoist, you must apologize to him. Remember, you must call him fellow Daoist, not brat." "Senior brother, I understand." Ling Guang also knew that he had gotten himself into trouble and did not dare to be arrogant anymore. Everyone split up to search. At this moment, on the other side, Lin Ling was walking alone. He was puzzled. He had wanted to hand over the letter and obtain 100,000 Dao realm fragments, but he had encountered such a situation. Now, how to obtain the Dao realm fragments was giving him a headache. "Right, let's go to the four-sided prison and ask." Lin Ling pondered for a moment before entering the four-sided prison. He first found Old Man San Gui to ask, but Old Man San Gui could not help him. This was because Old Man San Gui only knew about the Dao realm and was not familiar with the Dao pagoda. Although there were many ways to obtain Dao realm fragments in the Dao realm, there were too few of them. Then, Old Man San Gui recommended Lin Ling to find Guangchengzi. Lin Ling nodded and went to the prison where Guangchengzi was. Guangchengzi seemed to have known that Lin Ling would come and was already waiting for him with a smile. "Lin Ling, you must be having a headache over the Dao realm fragments. Senior Guangchengzi, you can predict the future." It's not that I can predict the future, but if you want to grow, the best way is to obtain the Dao realm fragments or enter the Dao pagoda. However, entering the Dao pagoda, the Dao realm fragments are still indispensable. Then Senior Guangchengzi has a way. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Senior Guangchengzi had been waiting for him for a long time. Could it be that he wanted to help him? If it was in the past, I naturally wouldn't care. However, you are the host body of the eighth will of the world. You must become stronger. Although your current strength is not bad, if you were to fight against the three divine gates of White Mountain, your strength is still too weak, let alone fighting against the Tongtian sect. One finger. Therefore, I also want to help you become stronger. Guangchengzi stroked his beard and smiled. Thank you, Senior Guangchengzi. Lin Ling was delighted and quickly bowed. Hehe, no need to call me senior. We are of the same generation. Guangchengzi waved his hand and said, where are you now? Have you entered the Dao Pagoda? Lin Ling hurriedly told him his general direction. This way. By the way, go west of the Dao Pagoda. There is a shrine of ice and snow, and there is a deity inside. He has many Dao realm fragments. If you visit him and help him solve some of his cultivation problems, you will be able to obtain a large number of Dao realm fragments. I estimate that there will be at least 500,000 fragments. Maybe even more. Guangchengzi pondered. Lin Ling's eyes lit up, but then he shook his head and said, me? Guide him? I can guide some juniors, but I don't think I am qualified to guide an ancient deity. No matter, I will teach you the method. This is cheating. Your Excellency Lin Ling, can you not say that about me? This is not cheating, this is fate. After some conversation, Lin Ling received Guangchengzi's guidance. It was a white light curtain. After Lin Ling checked it, he found that there was nothing inside, but Lin Ling guessed that if he really wanted to guide that deity, this white light would certainly be of help. Soon after, Lin Ling bade farewell and left the square prison. He wanted to find the shrine of ice. However, as soon as he came out, Lin Ling saw a large number of deities in the distance. Moreover, he saw Lin Ziyu from before. Found it, under the cliff. Someone also discovered Lin Ling and immediately shouted in surprise. Lin Ling sneered and sat down cross-legged. In the distance, the white-haired old man's eyes lit up. He immediately led everyone over and landed in front of Lin Ling. He cupped his hands and saluted Lin Ling. May I ask if you are the emissary of the Yellow Emperor? I am Daoist Yuan. Greetings, fellow Daoist. Lin Ling slightly closed his eyes and remained silent. Chapter 48-25. He guessed that Daoist Yuan knew what was going on. Daoist Yuan and the others bitterly smiled. Daoist Yuan glared at Ling Guang. Ling Guang understood and cupped his hands towards Lin Ling again, saying, I was blind to not recognize Mount Tai previously. I hope you can forgive me. How would I dare to forgive this senior? I'm just a pile of shit on the ground. Your origin returning Dao sect is an eagle in the sky. I'm not worthy. Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged and cultivating, completely unaffected. Senior brother, look. Ling Guang was about to cry. He could only helplessly look at Daoist Yuan. Daoist Yuan also had a headache. Although the man in front of him was an intermediate god, he was one of the Yellow Emperor's people. He could not afford to offend him. Fellow Daoist, look. I have 100,000 Dao realm fragments here. Daoist Yuan pondered for a bit and handed over the fragments with a smile. Lin Ling finally opened his eyes and glanced at Daoist Yuan's Dao returning to the heavens. Then, he closed his eyes again and said, no need, I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Everyone was stunned. Daoist Yuan was indeed a wise old man. He immediately reacted and took out another 100,000 fragments. He smiled and said, fellow Daoist, please put in a good word for us in front of the Yellow Emperor. He knew very well that if Lin Ling didn't care about the fragments, he wouldn't have opened his eyes earlier. After all, Ling Guang's continuous apologies were ignored by this man and he continued to cultivate as he pleased. Only after taking out the fragments did he open his eyes for the first time. As for his previous refusal, the reason was very simple. He felt that the fragments were too little. Fine, we're on the same side. Let's just forget about this. Sure enough, after taking out the fragments, Lin Ling finally stood up. What a joke. Lin Ling came from so far away and was chased away. It was normal for him to want more fragments. After all, Lin Ling didn't suffer for nothing. Of course. We're on the same side from now on. Seeing Lin Ling stand up, Daoist Yi Yuan finally felt relieved. Ling Guang and the others smiled bitterly. After all, money was more practical. Fellow Daoist, why don't you come to the Origin Returning Dao sect as a guest? Daoist Yi Yuan then sent out an invitation. Lin Ling naturally wouldn't refuse. He still had to go to the Shrine of Ice and didn't plan to leave this area for now. He immediately followed Daoist Yi Yuan towards the Origin Returning Dao sect. Daoist Yi Yuan, what happened here? Why are you asking the Yellow Emperor on? Lin Ling asked on the way. It's like this. The nearby God sect sent us an invitation. They said that their disciples would spar and use 8 million Dao realm shards as the wager. The winner would get it. We thought that we would definitely lose, so we didn't agree. However, they said that if we didn't agree, then we would lose. But if we didn't, we offending all the other sections. Daoist Yis. And moreover, they did it on purpose. Their objective was to swindle the 8 million Dao realm fragments. The so-called invitation token was merely an excuse. Daoist Yi Yuan continued. I'll ask the Yellow Emperor on your behalf. Lin Ling said to Daoist Yi Yuan after thinking for a while. You're asking the Yellow Emperor? Daoist Yi Yuan was stunned, flabbergasted, and stupefied. This was because he knew that there were countless capable people in the Yellow Emperor's tomb. Normally speaking, very few gods would only be able to see the Yellow Emperor once. Even if they were lucky enough to see him, it would only be once. If they wanted to see him again, it would be up to luck. But this guy in front of him actually asked the Yellow Emperor personally? Senior brother Yi Yuan, this guy seems to be a fierce person. Ling Guang also sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at Lin Ling with eyes full of horror. After Lin Ling asked the Yellow Emperor, he frowned and said to Daoist Yi Yuan, the Yellow Emperor has already informed the nearby sects that they will help us at the critical moment. However, we must go to this exchange. Why? Daoist Yi Yuan blinked. Because I will represent the Gue Yuan Dao sect to win the 8 million Dao realm fragments. Lin Ling said. This. Ling Guang was dumbfounded. What if they lost? However, Daoist Yi Yuan was smart. He knew that even if they lost, the Yellow Emperor would owe them a favor. 8 million Dao realm fragments for a favor from the Yellow Emperor was worth it. Alright, I'll bring Sir Lin Ling to participate tomorrow. Daoist Yi Yuan nodded. Thank you, Daoist Yi Yuan. Lin Ling nodded and followed Daoist Yi Yuan. However, his eyes were cold. Previously, the Yellow Emperor had replied to him. With regards to what had happened here, the Yellow Emperor had also investigated. There were indeed several God Gates exchange meetings, but one of them was very mysterious, and behind them seemed to be the Burning Heart God Gate. Most importantly, this sect had sent a disciple. His background was not small. He was a world will host. Lin Ling had heard of the 9 world will hosts. However, according to the Yellow Emperor, he had never seen this world will host before. Lin Ling knew of only one world will host and was not familiar with it. That was the world will host sealed in the Dragon Valley on the other side of the Kaiyuan River. Therefore, Lin Ling decided to move forward. This was because if the world will host escaped, what would happen to the Dragon Valley? This was what he was most worried about. Lin Ling was indebted to the dragon god of the Dragon Valley on the other side of the Kaiyuan River. He had helped Lin Ling many times. Therefore, Lin Ling would not stand by and do nothing about the Dragon Valley. That night, Lin Ling stayed in the Gue Yuan Dao sect. He realized that the Gue Yuan Dao sect was very big. There were more than 100,000 disciples and countless experts. However, in terms of combat strength, there were not many people who were strong. The place where the Gue Yuan Dao sect was located was once the cave of an ancient giant god. There were many treasures inside. After it was occupied by the Gue Yuan Dao sect, they excavated the treasures day and night. This caused them to have a lot of Dao realm fragments. The surrounding sects were also eyeing the Gue Yuan Dao sect covetously because of this. One had to know that in the Dao Tower, any treasure could be exchanged for Dao realm fragments. One could also use Dao realm fragments to exchange for treasures. Generally speaking, most of the sects would exchange treasures for Dao realm fragments. After all, although there were many treasures, they might not be suitable for every god. If they exchanged for Dao realm fragments, they could exchange for treasures that were suitable for themselves. No wonder the Gue Yuan Dao sect gave me 200,000 Dao realm fragments in the blink of an eye. They are really rich. Chapter 48-26. The location of the sect of all gods exchange was still nearby. What made Lin Ling satisfied was that it was west of the Dao Pagoda. This meant that once the exchange was over, Lin Ling could go and find the Shrine of Ice. And after everything was done, even if he didn't have enough treasures to break through to High God, he would have enough Dao realm fragments to enter the Dao Pagoda. A huge white feather warship flew across the sky. The entire body of the warship was made of the feathers of a huge white feather divine bird. This kind of spaceship could penetrate the void and reach all parts of the universe. At this moment, on the white feather warship, the people of the Origin Returning Dao sect were extremely excited. They gathered together and talked excitedly. On this trip, remember not to embarrass the Origin Returning Dao sect. Ling Guang looked at the disciples and said, because this exchange is based on lifespan. Only those who have cultivated for less than 100,000 years can participate in the exchange, and their cultivation can't be at the high god realm. You are all outstanding mid-gods in the sect. Even if you can't win this exchange, you can't take the final ranking. For you, the sect took out 8 million Dao realm fragments this time. If you win, the 8 million Dao realm fragments will also be rewarded to you. Ling Guang kept saying. The disciples all puffed out their chests, their bodies shining with divine light. Lin Ziyu, your strength has increased a lot. On this trip, remember not to embarrass yourself. A handsome man looked at Lin Ziyu and said. This man looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. His name was Willow Deity, and he had the strength of a peak mid-god. Back then, he was famous in the Origin Returning Dao sect. After the great calamity of the world's will, he went through 300 lives and finally found the Origin Returning Dao sect. Therefore, in the Origin Returning Dao sect, he was the senior of the mid-gods. I understand, eldest senior brother. Lin Ziyu replied respectfully. On this trip, I will definitely raise the prestige of the Origin Returning Dao sect. Moreover, the other party has the Cloud Crane sect, the Entry sect, and the Jade Armor Goblin tribe. These are all old opponents from the age of all gods. I also want to meet them. The man looked into the distance and said indifferently. His words seemed calm, but they were filled with endless confidence. Senior is mighty. All the junior brothers began to flatter Willow Deity. Whether it was during the age of the gods or now, Willow Deity's prestige in their hearts was not low. However, Lin Ziyu and the others secretly shook their heads. They quietly looked at Lin Ling, who was sitting cross-legged in the corner. They guessed that Lin Ling would be the one who would decide the outcome of this exchange. Hey, where's that newbie? Could it be junior brother? Some people also noticed Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was too unsociable. Is there a new junior brother? Willow deity also looked over. Don't talk nonsense. He is not a junior brother. He is representing our origin returning Dao sect to participate in the exchange. Lin Ziyu hurriedly said. Him? I've never seen him before. What can he represent? He probably wants to follow us and broaden his horizons. The other disciples smiled faintly. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many elders on the warship, they would really want to show off their might as a senior brother. There were too many disciples and elders in the origin returning Dao sect. Therefore, not everyone knew about the matter between Daoist Yi Yuan and Lin Ling. Moreover, this matter was a secret of the sect. Naturally, it would not be easily spread. This was why the disciples did not know about Lin Ling's origins. Only Lin Ziyu and a few others knew. What nonsense are you talking about? At this moment, Ling Guang shouted angrily. The disciples were so frightened that they did not dare to speak. Ling Guang stared at Lin Ling. He originally wanted to explain on behalf of Lin Ling. However, when he saw that Lin Ling did not care, he did not dare to say anything. After all, Lin Ling represented the origin returning Dao sect to participate in the exchange. This was the Yellow Emperor's intention. Before he knew what the Yellow Emperor was planning, he did not dare to ruin this matter. Now, he only needed to stop those ignorant fellows from provoking Lin Ling. Willow deity frowned. He did not understand why Elder Ling Guang was speaking up for the newcomer. However, he did not care. As long as it was not a superior deity, he did not care. After a long time, the warship landed in a snowy valley. Whoosh! Outside the valley, snow and ice intersected. The snowstorm was extremely terrifying. However, what was surprising was that in the valley, the snowstorm could not blow in. This caused everything outside the valley to be frozen while the valley was filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. In the valley, a large number of gods were gathered. They were all powerful and had divine light protecting their bodies. These gods came from various large sections. Furthermore, they were all extremely famous sects during the era of the gods. Among them, there were even a few large demon clans. After the origin returning Dao sect landed, many powerful gods immediately came forward to welcome them. They were incomparably polite. Of course, everyone knew that this politeness was only on the surface. If there was a conflict of interest, this kind of smiling face would instantly turn evil. Daoist Yuan, you guys are late. Didn't your sect leader come with you? The sect leader happened to be in seclusion, so I'm the one leading the team. Your origin returning Dao sect is so troublesome. We invited you a few times but you didn't come. But now that you're finally here, you can let us return from the era of the gods get to know each other. The various patriarchs and sect leaders cupped their hands and smiled at Daoist Yuan. It could be seen that the origin returning Dao sect was indeed very famous during the era of the gods. Lin Ling followed the crowd and quietly glanced at these people. He frowned slightly but did not discover the aura of the world's will. Junior sister Lin. The seniors of the sects were getting to know each other, and so were the disciples of the various sections. A young man led a large number of gods and smiled as he walked towards the origin returning Dao sect and greeted Lin Ziyu. It's you, Crown Prince Xianxia. Lin Ziyu stared at the young man in the lead and her eyes flashed slightly. Junior sister Lin, it's been many years since we last met. However, junior sister Lin is still as elegant as a goddess. Her temperament is truly extraordinary. The young man called Crown Prince Xianxia laughed. He looked very polite, but deep in his eyes, there was an undetectable cold light flashing. Humph. Lin Ziyu not only knew the young man, but she also knew his character. She did not bother to say anything and only snorted coldly. Junior sister Lin is still so unique. Crown Prince Xianxia was rejected, but he still did not care. Instead, he smiled and chatted with Willow Deity and the others. However, he sneered in his heart. This slut will fall into my hands sooner or later. When that time comes, I'll crush you under my body. Let's see how arrogant you can be then. Senior Brother Lu. Crown Prince Xianxia greeted Willow Deity. So you're here too. It's been many years since we last met. Willow Deity replied with a fake smile. They all knew these people. They had sparred and met many times during the era of the gods. They had even ventured into the cave abodes of the gods and competed with each other. Chapter 48:27. Remember, you were defeated by me. However, Willow Deity also said with a faint smile. Her words made Xianxia Crown Prince smile, and he said without any embarrassment, yes, Willow Deity of the origin returning Daoist sect was extremely famous back then. Now that I've reincarnated, my reputation is still the same. Of course. Willow Deity said matter-of-factly. However, Xianxia Crown Prince's eyes were cold after his faint smile. He thought to himself, today, I'll pay you back for all the humiliation back then. I'll let you be proud for a while longer. While everyone was chatting enthusiastically, Lin Ling was still secretly investigating. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. Why aren't you going to greet them? Now that martial uncles and martial uncles have gone to greet them, and so have all the other martial brothers, why are you still in a daze? A disciple of the origin returning Daoist sect said unhappily when he saw that Lin Ling was out of place. Scram! Lin Ling didn't even look at the disciple and shouted coldly. You! The disciple didn't expect his new junior brother to be so rude. Little did he know that Lin Ling's trip this time was for the SwordWill's host body. This so-called Holy Gate, senior brothers, and junior brothers were actually just a fart. After everyone exchanged pleasantries, the exchange began immediately. The exchange was very simple. Every sect took out a certain amount of Tao realm fragments and distributed them according to the ratio. The winner would get the most, followed by the second place. However, the gods didn't know how to control their strength when fighting. Therefore, if they were injured or killed, they couldn't blame anyone. Of course, some gods still had the chance to be protected by Tao realm fragments, so it wasn't a big deal. Then, martial platforms appeared in the valley. As if immortals were fighting, they started fighting fiercely. An ancient barrier was set up around the martial platforms to prevent the power from leaking out. Go, go! This spiritual master scorpion is quite strong. I remember that he was a very ordinary existence back then. After the gods reincarnated, the once powerful ones have fallen. The once weak ones have grown. Cheers and clamors came from all around. Lin Ling watched quietly. At first, he was interested, but gradually, he lost interest. First of all, no matter how powerful a battle between gods was, it would only cause Lin Ling to be slightly interested. Secondly, these gods had held back a little in their attacks. They didn't dare to risk their lives. Sir Lin Ling, what do you think of this exchange? Daoist Yuan asked with a smile when he saw that Lin Ling's goal wasn't on the martial stage but looking around. Boring. Lin Ling said bluntly. He continued to pay attention to the surroundings, looking for the host body of the SwordWill. Daoist Yuan was dumbfounded. He was speechless. What? How dare you say it's boring? A disciple at the side heard this and his face turned red with anger. Originally, when martial uncle Yuan personally went to greet them, they were already very unhappy. But who would have thought that this newcomer would actually say that it was boring? Shut up. Who allowed you to speak? However, Daoist Yuan immediately reprimanded these disciples, causing them to stick out their tongues in anger. They could only glare at Lin Ling. Interesting. This guy probably has a powerful background. But he's too arrogant. I don't think he's experienced a life and death battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to say that. Willow deity also glanced at Lin Ling and shook her head in disdain. The battle in the valley was so intense, but Lin Ling said it was boring. This meant that he didn't understand these battles at all. Ignoring Lin Ling, Willow deity's gaze fell on the various martial stages. At this moment, the other disciples of the origin returning Dao sect were defeated one after another. Even Lin Ziyu couldn't escape defeat. And as time passed, the winner of the exchange gradually became clear. It was actually Crown Prince Xianxia. Even Lin Ziyu was defeated by him. I didn't expect Crown Prince Xianxia's strength to increase so much. Willow deity was secretly shocked. Willow deity, why don't we have a battle? Let me see if you, a famous figure from the age of the gods, are still as powerful after reincarnating. Or will you be like the origin returning Dao sect, declining day by day? On the martial stage, Crown Prince Xianxia looked calmly at Willow deity. His tone wasn't as polite as before. He was looking down on the origin returning Dao sect. How dare you? The people of the origin returning Dao sect were furious. The former Crown Prince Xianxia wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Come on. Crown Prince Xianxia didn't care about them at all. Instead, he waved at Willow deity. Willow deity's face was ashen. Without a word, she flew off the martial stage. That's more like it. You have some backbone. How about this, I'll let you make the first move. Crown Prince Xianxia had a calm expression. He smiled at Willow deity's arrival and waited calmly for her to attack. Willow deity seemed to have been humiliated. She didn't speak. Her divine power erupted and she used all kinds of techniques to attack Crown Prince Xianxia. Rumble. Both of them were extremely famous figures. The battle was extremely intense. It could be said that the two of them were the most invincible existences amongst the mid-gods, and no mid-gods were a match for them. Crown Prince Xianxia, how did you become so powerful? The people of the origin returning Dao sect were shocked. Crown Prince Xianxia had already fought hundreds of rounds with Willow deity. If it was back then, Crown Prince Xianxia would definitely be defeated within 50 rounds. Interesting. Lin Ling was also watching their battle. He realized that their divine power had reached 70 million. Among the mid-gods, they were indeed impressive. Of course, what made Lin Ling interested was that he finally sensed a trace of the world's will power from Crown Prince Xianxia's body. However, Lin Ling was very sure that Crown Prince Xianxia wasn't the host of the Dragon Valley's world's will. After all, the world's will power on Crown Prince Xianxia was very weak. It was more like an assimilated god. Back then, the great gods of Spirit Nation also had such means. They could assimilate martial artists into their own and give them immortality. Of course, this method was useful for martial artists. It was completely useless against gods. Therefore, in the Dao realm, the great gods of Spirit Nation rarely assimilated gods. It was probably because they weren't strong enough. Crown Prince Xianxia could be assimilated. This meant that the host of the worlds will sealed in the Dragon Valley seemed to be stronger than the great gods of Spirit Nation. Or perhaps, someone was helping him. Rumble. The battle between the two was difficult to determine. It was also the longest battle so far. However, everyone could see that Crown Prince Xianxia was calm. On the other hand, Willow deity was getting more and more anxious. She was almost injured several times. This also affected Willow deity's battle state. Bang! After fighting for another 15 minutes, Crown Prince Xianxia sneered. He seized the opportunity when Willow deity's divine power couldn't keep up and attacked. He defeated Willow deity and severely injured her. Go back and learn for a few more years before coming again. Willow deity, I've said it before. You're no longer the same as before. Just like your origin returning Dao sect, you're declining. Crown Prince Xianxia looked at Willow deity proudly. Why didn't you dare to say this to me back then? Chapter 48:28. That's right. I didn't dare back then, but I dare now. What can you do to me? Go back and think about it. Xianxia Crown Prince said disdainfully. His meaning was clear: I'm stronger than you now, so you can boast about me. Willow deity trembled and returned to the Origin Dao sect in shame. The Origin returning Dao sect sighed, knowing that the 8 million Dao realm fragments were wasted. Daoist Yuan also sighed and looked at Lin Ling. He walked over and said, Your Excellency Lin Ling, are you confident in defeating Xianxia Crown Prince? Yes. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Daoist Yuan, you want me to fight, right? Yes. Daoist Yuan nodded immediately. Wasn't this Lin Ling's purpose for coming here? Defeat him? I don't know how confident I am, but I'm very confident in killing him. Lin Ling stood up and walked out of the Origin returning Dao sect. Daoist Yuan couldn't help but feel happy. With Lin Ling fighting, he should be able to suppress Xianxia Crown Prince. Although he didn't know how strong Lin Ling was, since he knew the Yellow Emperor, he shouldn't be weak. When Lin Ling walked out, Willow deity was walking back. He couldn't help but be surprised. Then, he looked deeply at Daoist Yuan and suddenly understood. It turned out that Daoist Yuan had a backup plan. Be careful. This Xianxia Crown Prince's divine power seems to be on par with mine, but his divine power is a little strange. There's a strange power hidden within. Willow deity warned. Do you think I'm you? Lin Ling didn't even look at him. His words stunned Willow deity. At this moment, the seniors of the various sects were staring at Xianxia Crown Prince on the stage, praising him. I didn't expect Xianxia Crown Prince to improve so much. Back then, he definitely wasn't Willow deity's match. His strength is probably comparable to an early-stage high god. He's a god with a lifespan of 100,000 years. Not only does he grow quickly, but his strength is also incredible. He's really not simple. The Origin returning Dao sect's 800 Dao realm fragments are in our hands. Hearing the clamor around him, Xianxia Crown Prince also felt proud. Back then, he was very ordinary. Many gods could easily defeat him. Especially Willow deity. He could only smile when facing such an expert. But now, these opponents of his had been surpassed by him, greatly surpassed. And this was his first step after reincarnating. In the future, he would enter the Dao Pagoda. I wonder who else from the various divine sects would like to exchange pointers with me. Xianxia Crown Prince as he looked at the entire valley. Everyone had witnessed the strength of the Xianxia Crown Prince. Without the strength of a high god, it was likely that he would be beaten up badly if he went up against him. However, at this moment, a figure lightly landed on the martial stage. This person was somewhat mysterious, and no one could see through his appearance. Moreover, he possessed the strength of a late-stage mid-god. I am the Azura of the Origin returning Dao sect. I am here to teach you a lesson. The person that had arrived was precisely Lin Ling. He hadn't casually revealed his appearance, and he'd concealed his identity and strength instead because he was afraid of scaring away the host body of the world will. Who is this? I've never heard of him. I don't know. He's only a mid-god. Can he defeat Xianxia Crown Prince with this strength? There was a flurry of discussion all around as they sized Lin Ling up with curiosity. But in the end, most of them were disdainful. Even Willow deity from the Origin returning Dao sect had been defeated. Wasn't this person courting death? Who are you? How come I've never heard of you? Is there no one else in the Origin returning Dao sect that you're sending a piece of trash? Xianxia Crown Prince looked at Lin Ling with contempt, his eyes full of disdain. He had never heard of Lin Ling either. Plus, he was only a mid-god. Naturally, he didn't think much of him. He pointed at Lin Ling and shot a powerful divine power at Lin Ling. Get out of here. When the divine power arrived, Lin Ling moved and easily dodged it. However, this caused the crowd to laugh at him. They thought that this person who dared to go up would have some ability. Even if he wasn't a match for Xianxia Crown Prince, he would at least be able to resist. But who knew that this guy wouldn't dare to take a casual attack from Xianxia Crown Prince and could only dodge? That was just a casual attack. Is he here to make a fool of himself? In my opinion, if Xianxia Crown Prince gets serious, this guy won't be able to take a single attack. The origin returning Dao sect has indeed declined. More disdainful comments came from all around. Uncle E Yuan, what's going on? Willow deity stared at the battle platform and couldn't help but ask. Don't ask. Just watch. Daoist Yuan shook his head and continued to stare at Lin Ling on the battle platform. This made Willow deity grit his teeth. He thought that since Lin Ling had been sent to the battle platform by Uncle E Yuan, he should have some ability. But it seemed that he couldn't even withstand a single blow and was even weaker than him. At least he had fought with Xianxia Crown Prince for thousands of rounds before his divine power ran out and he lost. At this moment, endless mockery came from all around. Lin Ling was still indifferent. He seemed to be staring at Xianxia Crown Prince, but he was actually still searching for the host body of the world's will. However, he could vaguely sense it, but he wasn't sure of its exact location. It seemed that the only way to lure it out was to defeat Xianxia Crown Prince. Alright, enough nonsense. You'd better use your full strength. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. Lin Ling said coldly as he looked away. I won't have another chance. Xianxia Crown Prince laughed, but it was an extremely cold laugh. He had focused on sparring today and hadn't killed anyone yet. So he would kill this guy to establish his dominance. Boom! He unleashed his full strength and his divine power shot into the sky. Then, he disappeared as if he had disappeared from the universe. No way, Xianxia Crown Prince used his full strength against that piece of trash. Seeing Xianxia Crown Prince's aura, everyone was shocked. This was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Kill me? Lin Ling's expression didn't change, but he sensed the killing intent coming. Great! After killing Xianxia Crown Prince, the real deal would probably appear. Lin Ling just stood there quietly and motionlessly. All of a sudden, there was a ripple in the void, and an earth-shattering power of divinity arrived, capable of crushing any mid-level deity. Has it appeared? Unfortunately, Xianxia Crown Prince met Lin Ling. Lin Ling sneered and slashed out with his hand like a knife. He didn't use any tricks, just a simple slash. Because the divine power in this slash was twice as strong as Xianxia Crown Prince's. 200 million was no joke. Even without the fusion talent, Lin Ling could easily unleash 100 million. Rumble. It looked like an ordinary slash, but it destroyed all of Xianxia Crown Prince's attacks. The hand was so close that Xianxia Crown Prince stopped breathing. Chapter 48-29. Of course, more importantly, this figure was very familiar. It was the Xianxia Crown Prince's body. The Xianxia Crown Prince instantly realized that his head had been chopped off and was flying backward. When he landed on the ground, he rolled. He could not breathe even if he wanted to. His aura was completely gone. Ironically, this guy did not even have the chance to be protected by the Tao realm. He was killed in one move. The entire process was clean and simple. It was to lure out the true host of the world's will. At this moment, there was complete silence. All the seniors of the Divine Gate and the disciples from the various great Dao sects stared at the head on the ground. They were so shocked that they forgot to breathe. Before this, they thought Lin Ling was a joke and would probably be killed by the Xianxia Crown Prince in one move. But in the end, the Xianghu crown prince who had returned from reincarnation was killed with just one move, or even just one slash. The gap was too big. In the origin returning Dao sect, all the disciples' mouths were agape. Apart from the origin returning Dao sect, even Willow deity gasped. His face was burning with pain. Previously, he kindly reminded Lin Ling, but Lin Ling laughed at him. He, Lin Ling, was not Willow deity. At that time, Willow deity was unhappy, but he was defeated, so he held it in. He wanted to fight back against Lin Ling after Lin Ling was defeated. But now, it seemed that he had no hope of fighting back against Lin Ling. Not in this lifetime. When we sparred last time, he did not use his full strength. Even Lin Ziyu's heart was pounding at this moment. Good, Mr. Lin Ling won. This means that the origin returning Dao sect has won. Daoist Yuan was delighted. He was not surprised that Lin Ling won. He was just happy that Lin Ling had produced a large number of Tao realm fragments for them. Not bad. But it's just a sparring. Why kill? Since you're so heartless, let me have a taste of your strength. At this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly drifted over. Then, an ordinary-looking young man slowly walked over from a corner of the valley. This person wasn't tall, and his hair was tied up. Furthermore, he wasn't wearing the long robe of a deity. Instead, he was wearing the clothes of a martial artist. Who is this man? Such an outfit would undoubtedly make people look down on him. After all, true gods disdain to dress like mortals. After all, gods were gods, warriors were warriors, and warriors were mortals. Who are you? Lin Ling also faintly stared at this person. But, he was actually overjoyed, because he could sense the strength of a world's will from this person's body. This meant that this person was the host body of the world's will that Lin Ling wanted to find. He is the son of our heavenly underworld sect's leader, Lian Letian. Before the person could speak, someone in the distance spoke for him. It seemed to be someone from the heaven underworld sect. Most importantly, the members of the heavenly underworld sect were all wearing large cloaks that concealed their auras, making it impossible for others to see through their origins. Moreover, none of the divine sects present had heard of the heaven underworld sect before. It didn't seem to be a divine sect from the age of gods. That's right, we are indeed not a divine sect from the age of gods. We are from the current era. What age of desolation, age of gods, they are all farts to us. Only the divine sects that rose up in the current era are the most amazing. The person who spoke earlier said faintly. In a word, it could be said that he looked down on all the divine sects from the age of gods. Sir, what an arrogant tone. An old man immediately said coldly. He couldn't accept this person's arrogant manner. My tone is just so. That person shook his head faintly. Suddenly, he stretched out his palm, and a total of 500 million units of divine power came out. Puff! Before the divine power arrived, the old man's expression changed instantly. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and said in shock, "Middle stage high god? At least you have some eyesight." That person didn't kill the old man. With a wave of his right hand, all the divine power from before disappeared. This caused all the seniors of the divine sects to stare at this person. They realized that there were quite a few people behind this person. Most importantly, none of them were weak. The Heaven Underworld sect was formed by a group of high gods. Their overall strength was naturally terrifying, so they didn't dare to provoke them. So, you're qualified. Seeing that no one dared to object, the person looked at Lian Letian and continued to walk towards Lin Ling. Lian Lishan's expression didn't change. He continued to walk forward slowly. It could be seen that he only had the strength of a mid-level god. However, he still dared to fight Lin Ling when he had already erupted with such strength. This meant that he was confident that he was stronger than Lin Ling. Interesting. Lin Ling stared at Lian Letian. Previously, when the people from the Heaven Underworld sect attacked, others couldn't sense it. However, he clearly sensed that there was another type of energy hidden within the divine power. It was the energy of the underworld. This meant that this group of people came from the underworld. Moreover, the people from the underworld were together with the world's will host. This meant that the people from the underworld were helping the world's will host. Lin Ling had never had a good impression of the underworld. Back then, Ning Qingxin had fallen into the mortal world and reincarnated because of the disturbance caused by the underworld. Moreover, the underworld also had a grudge against Lin Ling. They couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling and bring him to the underworld. However, the current Lin Ling had hidden his appearance and aura, so the people from the underworld didn't recognize him. With Lin Ling's current magical powers, it wasn't difficult for him to hide his methods. In the square prison, there were many people who had such methods. The underworld, the world's will host, what are they doing here at the Dao Tower? Moreover, they've been here for a long time. Why didn't they fight before? What are they waiting for? Lin Ling secretly guessed. Suddenly, he thought of Xianxia Crown Prince, and the mystery in his heart was instantly solved. Xianxia Crown Prince, a figure from the age of gods. In terms of strength, he was no match for Willow deity. However, after reincarnating, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. And this was the help of the world's will host. This meant that the world's will host had come here to find more people like Xianxia Crown Prince. At this moment, Lian Letian came in front of Lin Ling and sized him up. He frowned slightly. For some reason, this person in front of him gave him a sense of familiarity. However, he was very sure that he had never seen Lin Ling before. Moreover, since he was sealed, the people he knew had long disappeared. Other than the stupid dragons in the Dragon Valley, he didn't know anyone else. Your strength is not bad. Unfortunately, you're still lacking an opportunity to cross the threshold. Lian Letian put away his thoughts and said lightly. With these words, Lin Ling was even more certain of his thoughts. This guy wanted him to become the world's will. Ridiculous. He, Lin Ling, was the 8th world's will host. Among all the hosts, he was ranked 2nd. This guy wanted to take him in. Lin Ling didn't speak and continued to look at Lian Letian. Lian Letian was not surprised by Lin Ling's silence and continued, "What's your name? What if I give you an opportunity?" Chapter 48-30. Gu Long, not a bad name. Yes. Lian Letian nodded with appreciation in his eyes, as if he had taken a fancy to Lin Ling. Are you not interested in the opportunity one mentioned before? Yes. Then, Lian Letian continued. Not interested. Lin Ling said bluntly. That's normal. I know that I need to show you some strength to let you know how powerful I am. Lian Letian nodded seriously and said proudly, how about this, I'll give you a chance. I'll let you have 3 moves. If you can defeat me within 3 moves, I'll admit defeat. Yes. He suddenly looked at the ground and said, it won't be easy to defeat me in 3 moves. How about this, if you can make me take a step back within 3 moves, I'll consider it your win. How about that? Yes. He obviously wanted to show his powerful strength and make Lin Ling willingly submit to him. Lin Ling almost laughed when he heard his words. Let him? He could even kill a mid-stage high god. Was it really okay to let him defeat Lin Ling? Your strength is very ordinary. Yes. Lin Ling shook his head and said disdainfully. Lian Letian was stunned by his words. He had said that Lin Ling's strength was not bad, but Lin Ling said that his strength was ordinary. There was no modesty at all. However, he soon stopped caring. A frog at the bottom of a well did not know how powerful he was. Even if he explained too much, Lin Ling would not accept it. You're right. Now, make your move. Yes. Lian Letian had the demeanor of an expert. He beckoned to Lin Ling. I don't understand. Your strength is so ordinary, and my strength is so good. You're courting death by letting me have 3 moves. Yes. However, Lin Ling still did not make his move. Make your move. It's useless to rely on your mouth. Yes. Even though Lu Tian was displeased, he still smiled politely. The main reason was that he wanted Lin Ling to willingly submit to him. That was why he put on the demeanor of an expert and did not mind Lin Ling's rudeness. Moreover, this person was really thick-skinned. He had boasted that his strength was not bad, but he had completely forgotten that he was the one who had told Lu Tian that his strength was not bad. Furthermore, it was just a polite remark, but this guy actually took it seriously. All right. At this time, Lin Ling finally nodded. He didn't erupt with his innate talent fusion. Instead, he pushed his physical strength and divinity to the peak. Boom! Boundless killing intent radiated from Lin Ling's body. It was the eternal killing world. The divine embryo's aura left everyone stunned. This was because this was an incomparably rare high god divine embryo. A high god divine embryo was something that not even a high god would necessarily be able to possess. In addition, the more powerful a divine embryo was, the more potential it would have in the future. Take the high gods present for example. If they wanted to break through, they would probably need tens of millions of years. Moreover, this was the result of luck and opportunity. This was because the divine embryo's talent was not high. That's right. Lian Lutian stared at Lin Ling's aura and nodded in satisfaction. A high god divine embryo could become one of the most advantageous tombs for him. How could he know that the reason why Lin Ling had erupted with the eternal killing world was to hide his other methods and prevent the netherworld from discovering his origins? Boom! The fist arrived, getting closer and closer to Lian Lutian. Very good talent. Lian Lutian had his hands behind his back, still admiring Lin Ling's divine embryo's talent. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, as if he had obtained a precious treasure. Boom! However, when Lin Ling's fist landed on his chest, his face froze. Green and red intertwined, as if his dantian had been destroyed. Lin Ling floated back, looking indifferently at Lian Lutian. Lian Lutian sucked in a breath of cold air and finally took a step back. Bang! This step also caused the martial stage to explode, attracting countless attention. Didn't you say that you would give him 3 moves and make him admit defeat after taking a single step? Damn, he retreated after the first step. All the gods were tongue-tied and then mocked him. As for the people of Sky Nether sect, they were silent at this moment, as if they were incomparably shocked. This was because they knew Lian Lutian's strength. He could fight an early-stage high god and even kill them. How could he be injured by a mid-stage high god? You lost. At the same time, Lin Ling said indifferently. That was an accident. Let's do it again. Lian Lutian suppressed the violent tumbling of his dantian, gritted his teeth, and said with a smile, I'll say it again. If you can make me take a step back, I'll consider it your win. But you've already retreated before. Lin Ling shook his head. I've already said that it was an accident. If you have the ability, make me take another step back. Lian Lutian almost could not help but roar. All right. Lin Ling nodded, took a step forward, and punched again. His punch did not seem strong, but it suppressed a terrifying physical strength. The combination of the two was naturally not something a mid-stage high god could resist. This kid has a strange power, but he's still a mid-stage high god. This kind of power can only be used once. Now, I'll definitely be able to block the second punch. Seeing Lin Ling's move, Lian Lutian still did not move. It was as if his body had merged with the universe. In his body, the will of the world was tumbling, preparing to resist Lin Ling's second punch. It also formed a hidden force, preparing to counterattack Lin Ling. As long as Lin Ling was injured by the will of the world, then Lin Ling would definitely be defeated and willingly submit to him. Boom! When the second punch arrived, Lien Letian's body shook and his face turned purple. He discovered that this man called Gulong's second punch was even more powerful than the first. Most importantly, he discovered that the will of the world in his dantian had disappeared after entering Gulong's body. Bang bang bang. In a short period of time, Lien Letian retreated 3 steps. You retreated again. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. His calm voice was like a heavy slap to Lien Letian's face. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lien Letian. Their eyes were filled with laughter. Lien Letian's face turned green and red, as if he had lost all face. Alright, I've underestimated you. Come, let's have a real battle with our strength. Lien Letian shouted angrily. He did not expect Gulong to be so strong, forcing him back with 2 punches. Shame. Shameless. Everyone laughed sarcastically. Lien Letian had been so arrogant, giving his opponent 3 moves. Now, he had been slapped in the face. He was obviously not that strong, but he still had the nerve to give his opponent a move. This was shameless. Of course, while they were laughing, they were also shocked by Lien Letian's strength. Putting aside the fact that he was thick-skinned, Lien Letian indeed had some strength. After all, Gulong's 2 punches looked extremely extraordinary. They were probably the same force that killed Prince Xianxia. Prince Xianxia could not take it, but Lien Letian could. It seemed that even Letian was most likely the strongest existence among the mid-level gods. Are you sure you want to have a real battle with me? Lin Ling looked at Lien Letian strangely. Chapter 48-31. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish. Alright. Lin Ling nodded. The 3rd stage of talent fusion combined with the murderous aura to form a strange power. Be careful. Alright. Then, Lin Ling did not waste any more words. He rushed forward and punched out. This punch could kill an early-stage high god. Come, I'll show you my strength. Alright. Lien Letian said coldly and unleashed his full strength. However, just as he was about to attack, he suddenly realized that Lin Ling's punch had already arrived. This punch could split the heavens and the earth. The power of a god was incomparably terrifying. It did not even exist among the mid-level gods. You. Alright. Lien Letian roared, but his chest was hit by Lin Ling's punch. Boom. Lien Lishan's body exploded, and the entire valley shook violently. The barrier that had been set up before seemed to be on the verge of collapse. This was the power of a punch. In the origin returning Dao sect, all the disciples opened their mouths wide. This Gulong's full strength was too terrifying. Even Daoist Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time he had seen such a powerful mid-level god. If they knew that this was only a part of Lin Ling's strength, they would be even more shocked. Not good, young master. Alright. Looking at the people from the origin returning Dao sect, they were all shocked. They did not expect to meet someone stronger than Lien Letian. Of course, they knew about Lien Lishan's origin. This was a god who had met the god of the underworld. He was the host of the world will, and his potential was incomparably terrifying. Generally speaking, after he became a mid-level god, no one would be his match. At this moment, Lien Lishan's body exploded and turned into a yellow mist. Then, it condensed and formed a huge human head that floated in the air. You, how dare you destroy my body? Alright. His voice was incomparably ferocious and filled with anger. Everyone stared at the yellow mist that he had turned into and felt a pressure that could crush their souls. What kind of power is this? Could it be the power of the world will? Yes, that's right. Back then, I died under this power. I remember. Has the world will finally appeared? Everyone was greatly shocked. Although they knew that the Dao realm would definitely have a world will, the Dao realm was too big. Normally, it would be very difficult to encounter a world will. And now, this was the first time they encountered a world will host body. Yellow. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that the will of the world was also divided into different grades. They were respectively black, green, blue, yellow, red, gold, and purple. Among them, purple was the strongest. Yellow meant that his strength was pretty good. The great god of the spirit nation was said to be red. However, the great god of the spirit nation did not seem to know how to control the power of the world. Therefore, his combat power was not strong. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Ling roared angrily. Not only was he not afraid, he even pounced forward. With your strength, you have the nerve to give me 3 moves? Do you know that the person who acted so pretentious in front of me last time has already reincarnated? To me, you're nothing. Rumble. Lin Ling rushed into the yellow mist and punched out continuously, causing the yellow mist to disperse. I'm the host body of the world will. Even Lutian let out a loud roar. Is it that great? Let me tell you, I see the host body of the world will almost every day. Lin Ling's powerful punch broke the valley and blasted Lien Lutian out of the valley. Lin Ling burst out with the Quafu Sun chasing boots and rushed out of the valley. Then, he grabbed Lien Lutian and ran into the distance. Oh no! The people of the Sky Nether sect were originally in a daze. However, they gradually came to their senses and rushed out of the valley. They were extremely powerful, and there were even late-stage high-level gods hiding among them. However, when they rushed out, they only saw a snowstorm. Lin Ling and Lien Lutian had disappeared. We've been tricked. This person is here for Lien Lutian. Find them, we must find them. Otherwise, we won't be able to answer to the Lord. After recovering from their shock, they began to search in all directions. At this moment, Lin Ling activated the Pangu's absolute shock and burst out with twice the speed, rushing towards the west at the speed of 20 million worlds. The person he was holding in his hand was naturally Lien Lutian. Who the hell are you? Lien Lutian wanted to resist, but he found that he could not. He was anxious and angry. He was anxious because this person knew his origin but was still not afraid of him. Instead, he kidnapped him. He probably came with a purpose. He was angry because he was the host of the world's will and had been specially nurtured by the god of the underworld. How dare this person kidnap him? Lin Ling ignored him. The means to hide his aura disappeared and he returned to his original appearance. Lien Lutian frowned and stared at Lin Ling. The sense of familiarity in his mind became stronger. He was very sure that he had seen this person before, but he could not remember where he had seen him. It's you. Finally, Lien Lutian's expression changed drastically. He remembered everything. Back then, when he was sealed in the Dragon Valley, he had almost escaped. However, he had met a young man halfway. That young man had tricked him and caused the dragon god of the Dragon Valley to discover that he was trying to escape. He had been sealed in the Dragon Valley again. At that time, he had been furious. The escape plan that he had prepared for many years had been ruined by a brat who was still wet behind the ears. Therefore, after so many years, he still remembered Lin Ling. However, he had not expected that the young man from back then had grown to such a level. I remember now. Lin Ling looked coldly at Lien Lutian and said, "Let me ask you, how did you escape?" "I won't tell you." Lien Lutian suddenly gritted his teeth. "You have no right to choose when you are in my hands. You can choose not to tell me, but don't think that I can't do anything to you." Lin Ling sneered. "Hee hee, I am the host of the world's will. I am immortal. Even if you can kill me, after thousands of years, I will still be reincarnated. Lien Letian smiled disdainfully. Perhaps you don't know this, but many of the 9 world wills host bodies have fallen, but they reincarnated and returned. As for me, I've never died. Reincarnation is even simpler. You may not know this, but hosts of the worlds will can devour each other. If you are devoured, how will you be reincarnated? Lin Ling lowered his head and looked at Lien Letian. As soon as he said this, Lien Letian's expression changed instantly. Of course, he knew this. Could it be that you are also a host of the world's will? Lien Letian suddenly thought of something and could not help but roar. I don't want to repeat what I said a second time. How is the Dragon Valley now? Lin Ling asked again, his eyes cold. You. Chapter 48-32. According to legend, the goo was cultivated by 9 poisonous insects. They were stored in a jade bottle and buried underground. It was dug out 3 years later. There was no food in the jade bottle, so the poisonous insects devoured each other. In the end, the one that devoured the most was the Goo King. This was similar to their world will's host body. They devoured each other, and the final host body of the world will was the strongest god of the world will. However, why did Lin Ling give him such a terrifying feeling? Could it be that Lin Ling was really the host body of the world will? However, how could this be possible? A little brat that he accidentally met tens of thousands of years ago was now crushing him high above and had even become the host body of the world will. Most importantly, he seemed to be the host body of the world will that was even more powerful than him. How can you be the host body of the world will? Lien Letian exclaimed. Are you still going to say that now? Lin Ling looked at Lien Letian coldly. I'll say, back then, someone from the underworld came and saved me. They eradicated the Dragon Valley. Lien Letian hurriedly said. Eradicated? Lin Ling frowned. Deep in his eyes, a flame of anger burned. He was indebted to the Dragon Valley, and now it was eradicated by the underworld? Are they all dead? Lin Ling stopped and stared coldly at Lien Letian. This, I don't know either. Lien Letian shook his head in panic and kept waving his hands. Bang! Suddenly, Lin Ling's palm grabbed Lien Letian's shoulder. A strange force poured out of his palm and gradually corroded Lien Letian's shoulder. Ah! Lien Letian let out a painful cry as if he had met his natural enemy. At this moment, he was even more certain that Lin Ling was the host body of the world will. Because the force in Lin Ling's palm was the power of the world will, and it was extremely powerful. In fact, even Lin Ling did not notice this force. He only felt that he had activated the power of God. I'll say, they are not dead, the dragon god is not dead, and some of the direct bloodlines are not dead, but I don't know where they were taken to. Lien Letian finally spoke. Lin Ling's expression turned cold. He then retracted his palm, and Lien Letian finally let out a sigh of relief. Lin Ling did not say a word and continued flying into the distance with an extremely cold expression. Lin Ling did not believe Lien Letian's words. He felt that Lien Letian was hiding something from him. However, he wasn't in a hurry. After he obtained the Shrine of Ice's Dao Realm fragment, he planned to help Dragon Valley and the others. Where are we going now? However, his eyes kept flickering, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. This Lien Letian is quite extraordinary. Even though I've devoured his soul energy, he probably still has some tricks up his sleeve. To be sure, I have to figure out what he's up to before making a move. Lin Ling was silent. In fact, he was also thinking about how to control Lien Letian and learn everything he knew. Not long after, a huge snowy mountain appeared in front of them. There was an endless snowstorm on the snowy mountain. It was extremely terrifying. The mountain towered into the clouds. They could vaguely see a dazzling ice crystal palace on top of the mountain. The Shrine of Ice. Lin Ling's eyes instantly lit up. He then looked at the huge snowy mountain and suddenly realized that there was no path to go up the mountain. The only way was to go up the mountain. Lin Ling, don't tell me you're thinking of climbing the mountain. Looking at Lin Ling, the corner of Lien Lishan's mouth twitched. He. Lin Ling only smiled and ignored him. He used his divinity to form a chain that trapped Lien Letian in the depths of his soul. Then, he dragged Lien Letian up the mountain. You're crazy. Even a high god wouldn't dare to underestimate these snowstorms. You and I are only mid-gods. Lien Letian exclaimed and kept shaking his head. I'm not going. Although you and I are both mid-gods, I'm not an ordinary mid-god. As for you, I reckon you won't be afraid of the snowstorms. You won't die. At most, you'll suffer some physical pain. Lin Ling finally spoke. After sneering, he shot toward the snowy mountain. Rumble. The snowstorm came, as if it could freeze the divinity of a god. Ah, it's so cold. Lin Ling, wait, don't run too fast. Lien Letian was tied up by Lin Ling and seriously injured by Lin Ling naturally, he couldn't resist the snowstorm's attack. He was also crying out because of the cold. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't care about him at all. He merged his talents, and the gray robe appeared. His strength doubled as he rushed toward the mountain peak. Moreover, his speed was very fast, causing Lien Letian, who was behind him, to be dragged along like a dog, letting out painful groans and screams. Lin Ling noticed this and sneered. Instead of slowing down, he sped up. Time passed quietly. The closer they got to the mountain peak, the stronger the snowstorm. Even a mid-level high god would have to avoid the cold. Lin Ling's hair and eyebrows were already full of frost. When he exhaled, the air immediately turned into ice dregs. I'm almost at the mountain peak. Lin Ling raised his head and looked ahead. He finally slowed down. Behind him, Lien Letian had already turned into an ice sculpture. His face was full of pain and anger, but his expression was also frozen. Bang! After a long time, Lin Ling finally stepped onto the mountain peak. He looked around and saw a huge ice palace. Surprisingly, the sun was shining brightly on the mountain peak. It wasn't cold at all. Instead, it was like spring all year round. Moreover, there were quite a few people on the mountain peak. There were dozens of them. These people all had the strength of a high-level deity. Moreover, they looked highly respected and sage-like. Of course, they were also staring at Lin Ling, their expressions full of astonishment. Fellow cultivator, did you climb up the mountain? Someone cupped his hands and smiled at Lin Ling, that's right. Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly, but then he smiled. He could sense that these people were all very strong. Most of them were late-stage high gods. Impressive. Everyone nodded courteously. They didn't underestimate Lin Ling, because being able to reach the Shrine of Ice meant that he had a certain level of strength. Furthermore, those who were able to come here all had great backgrounds. Lin Ling even saw the Yellow Emperor's men among them. He had only met them once before, so he wasn't familiar with them. Lin Ling also didn't intend to reveal his identity. Where's this popsicle? Someone suddenly pointed behind Lin Ling. Lien Letian was still frozen into an ice sculpture, but at this moment, he was slowly melting. A friend of mine. Lin Ling replied with a smile. Everyone blinked and smiled faintly, but they didn't expose him. Chapter 48-33. Lin Ling, I'm not done with you. At this time, Lien Letian finally woke up. He let out an angry roar, his whole body trembling with anger. Previously, he was dragged by Lin Ling to climb the mountain. It could be said that he had experienced a blizzard. Even his dantian and soul were frozen. That kind of pain was unimaginable. Why? I brought you here. You should thank me. Lin Ling looked at Lien Letian strangely. Thank my ass. You only know how to run. You don't understand my feelings at all. Lien Letian roared and became even more angry. Lin Ling? Among the dozens of experts present, one person's eyes flashed. After pondering for a while, his face changed greatly. He walked out and politely bowed. So it's Your Excellency Lin Ling. It's an honor to meet you. This person was one of the Yellow Emperor's men. Moreover, his status in the Yellow Emperor's tomb was not low. Therefore, he was very clear about Lin Ling's importance to the Yellow Emperor. My name is Zhao Hashan. People call me Fortune God Zhao. That man introduced himself. So it's Senior Zhao. It's an honor to meet you. Lin Ling had recognized him long ago. It was just that they had only met once, so he did not greet him before. I don't dare to call myself senior. Most of the people who can come here are of the same generation. Calling me senior is too much for me. If Your Excellency Lin Ling doesn't mind, just call me Brother Zhao. Zhao Hashan immediately waved his hand and said. What a joke. Even the Yellow Emperor's confidant had to give face to Lin Ling. How could he dare to call himself senior in front of Lin Ling? Then I'll take the liberty to call you Brother Zhao. Lin Ling cupped his hands and said. He looked around and suddenly asked, Brother Zhao, are you also here to visit the Master of the Shrine of Ice? Yes, but it's not a visit. It's just an exchange. The Master of the Shrine of Ice is the iceberg Daoist. He has comprehended the universe's Tao. If you exchange Tao with him, you will benefit greatly. Zhao Hashan said. Generally speaking, Frost Daoist is in seclusion to comprehend the great Tao of the universe. He comes out once every 100 years. This is also the time for us to discuss the great Tao of the universe. Your Excellency Lin Ling, you've arrived just in time. That's right. We've been communicating with each other for over 1,000 years. We come here every 100 years. The rest of the people said with a smile. They were also very polite to Lin Ling. Because they saw Zhao Hashan being polite to Lin Ling, they all guessed that this Lin Ling's background was not small either. Moreover, even though they had sensed that Lin Ling was only a mid-level deity, they didn't dare to slight Lin Ling in the slightest. That's great. I also want to pay a visit to Senior Frost Daoist. Why don't we go together? Lin Ling was overjoyed and quickly said with a smile. It's fine, it's fine. Exchanging the great Tao of the universe, regardless of seniority or seniority. As long as you have the heart to pursue the great Tao, it's fine. Everyone nodded and did not object to Lin Ling's participation. Next, everyone led Lin Ling forward, chatting and laughing along the way. As for behind the crowd, Lin Ling was still dragging Lien Letian as if he was dragging a dog. Damn Lin Ling, he doesn't treat me as a human at all. When I have the chance, I'll definitely make him regret knowing me. However, this Lin Ling was just a little kid in the void of the 9 regions back then. Why has he changed so much? Even these respected seniors know him. Among these people, one of them is the embroidered cloud dragon killer, an ancient figure from the prehistoric era. I heard that in the area of the Tao Pagoda, he doesn't join any forces, but no one dares to provoke him. Lien Letian was angry and shocked. He was angry because Lin Ling only knew how to abuse him. He was surprised because Lin Ling did not seem to be a fledgling junior. Ha ha ha, I've kept everyone waiting. After entering the Shrine of Ice, a hearty voice sounded. Then, a short old man wearing a white robe walked over with a smile to welcome them. Ice Taoist. Everyone cupped their hands and bowed to the old man. It could be seen that they had known each other for a long time. Lin Ling also stared at the old man and was secretly shocked. This was the master of the Shrine of Ice that Guangchengzi had told him that as long as he completed his cultivation problem, he would be able to obtain a large number of Tao realm fragments. A strange feeling arose in his heart. Because old San Gui had once told him that there were many deities in the Dao realm who were transformed from Dao realm wills. As long as one completed their wishes, one would be rewarded. However, no matter how he looked at the person in front of him, he did not seem to be transformed from Dao realm wills. Who are these two? After greeting everyone, Ice Taoist suddenly looked at Lin Ling and Lien Letian and asked. Lin Ling and Lien Letian were newcomers, so he naturally recognized them at a glance. This is His Excellency Lin Ling. Zhao Heshan immediately introduced them. Oh, so you are Zhao Heshan's disciple. Ice Taoist stroked his beard with a look of realization. After all, Lin Ling was only a mid-god, so he naturally thought that he was more of a junior. Ah, Ice Taoist, don't talk nonsense. How would I dare to be his master? It is my fortune to be his elder brother. Zhao Heshan was shocked. Lin Ling was a favorite of the Yellow Emperor. How would he dare to accept him as a disciple? In fact, between him and Lin Ling, it was more like he was trying to curry favor with Lin Ling. I see. Then is brother Lin Ling also here to discuss the great Tao of the universe? Ice Taoist's eyes lit up and then he smiled politely. This is not really a discussion. I am just here to learn. Lin Ling also replied politely, but he was depressed. Everyone present was a senior, so their understanding of the great Tao was naturally deeper than his. How could he join in the discussion? He could only hope that the light ball left behind by Guangchengzi would be of some help. It's fine, it's fine. There is no order here. Anyone can express their opinion. Everyone, follow me. Ice Taoist waved his hand nonchalantly and led Lin Ling and the rest forward. Then, they entered a huge ice palace. The ice palace was filled with calligraphy and paintings. The paintings were written with brush strokes. They looked simple, but each stroke carried the flavor of the great Tao of the universe. It was as if each stroke was one of the necessary laws to form the universe. However, when all the strokes were connected together, a word was formed, and at the same time, a universe was formed. Amazing! Lin Ling stared at the ice palace and found the word Xian, Yi, and Yuan. However, these words looked simple, but they were extremely profound. Lin Ling sensed something related to Lin Ling's universe. However, as for what it was, Lin Ling could not figure it out. The great Tao of the universe had always been profound. Those who could completely grasp it were already the masters of the universe, controlling the life and death of the entire universe. For example, the Tao pagoda that Lin Ling was currently in was actually a universe. If he could understand the great Tao here, he would be able to transcend the restrictions of the laws here. Your Excellency Lin Ling, could it be that you have an opinion? Or does Your Excellency Lin Ling also know about calligraphy? Seeing Lin Ling exclaim, Ice Taoist immediately asked with a smile. Chapter 48-34. Never learned it? Everyone was dumbfounded. If he had never learned it, he couldn't discuss it with them. Moreover, he wasn't even qualified to ask for advice, let alone discuss it. After all, even if he wanted to ask for advice, he had to have some understanding of the great Tao and calligraphy. He had to understand what others were saying. Moreover, the calligraphy and paintings here were actually written by Iceberg Taoist in the form of calligraphy that he understood about the great Tao of the universe. Idiot! Seeing that Lin Ling was completely out of place, even Le Tian, who was tied behind him, gloated. Actually, although I don't understand it, I can learn it now. At this time, Lin Ling also said modestly. Previously, he was only aiming for the Tao state fragment, but after seeing the calligraphy with the great Tao of the universe, he was also interested. After all, his current Lin Ling universe wasn't very stable. If he was familiar with some of the great Tao of the universe, it would be easier for him to control the Lin Ling universe and grow faster. Learn it now? Everyone's expression became even more strange. The great Tao took 3,000 years. This meant that it would take at least 3,000 years to comprehend the great Tao. In fact, this was a polite way of saying it because if one really wanted to comprehend the Great Tao, even 3,000 years might not be enough. However, Lin Ling wanted to learn it now. Everyone suddenly felt awkward. One of the more impatient ones said, "The Great Tao is vast like smoke. It's impossible to learn it in a short period of time. Not to mention resonating with the Great Tao, even communicating with and sensing the Great Tao is very difficult." This sentence could be said to have completely sentenced Lin Ling to death. Lin Ling suddenly smiled awkwardly and felt a little depressed. After all, this was what Guangchengzi asked him to do. He really didn't prepare for it. "I'll just take a look." Lin Ling waved his hand and didn't bother to join the discussion. He went to look at the calligraphy around him. What an amazing calligraphy! It's clearly a few simple strokes, but when combined together, it really looks like a big universe. Moreover, these strokes may seem simple, but in fact, each stroke is just right and very mature. A slight deviation or delay in writing will change the entire situation. The Great Tao is ultimately the comprehension of the mind and doesn't represent combat strength. However, it's very important. Unfortunately, it's too difficult. No wonder today's gods determine combat strength by divine power and completely abandon the comprehension of the Great Tao. Lin Ling continued. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he found that the white light ball that Guangchengzi had left for him was emitting a gentle light. Suddenly, a profound comprehension, Lin Linzzzz. Dao's SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS Senior Guangchengzi's white balls meaning is hidden within. Comprehension of the great Tao may seem profound, but after thoroughly comprehending it, it's only a matter of a veil. Lin Ling's became brighter and brighter. The power of divinity appeared in his hands. He closed his eyes and began to draw in the air. The word he wrote was Xian! Xian! Xian seemed simple, but it was actually tens of millions of complex words. The first stroke, the angle, and even the strength of the stroke affected the entire universe. Lin Ling's was difficult at the beginning, but he gradually became like a fish in water. Xian seemed to contain the laws and order of the universe. The universe's great Tao may seem close, but it's like the moon in the water. You can see it, but you can't touch it. All of you have been comprehending the great Tao for millions of years. Now, most of you have only touched the great Tao and sensed it. To truly reach the point of resonating with the great Tao requires tens of millions of years. That's the might of an era. At this moment, Icy Frost Taoist was still discussing with the crowd. Everyone nodded. Their brows were sometimes furrowed and sometimes relaxed. Some were enlightened, while others were still puzzled. As expected of Icy Frost Taoist. We're still at the stage of sensing the great Tao, but you've already reached the point of resonating with the great Tao. I reckon that by the time we can sense the great Tao and touch it, Icy Frost Taoist will have reached the level of creating the great Tao. At that time, you'll be able to create the universe with a wave of your hand. That's right. Moreover, the gods of today pursue combat power. In fact, they don't know that comprehension of the state of mind is the end. Even if I don't have the power of divinity, I can still create the great Tao. Any god will be changed by the great Tao. Any god will be controlled by the universe. Icy Frost Taoist, you're indeed an expert of our generation. The crowd spoke one after another, their expressions full of admiration. The resonance of the great Tao is not about time, but about comprehension. Of course, if one perseveres in comprehending it, tens of millions of years or even several eras later, there's still a chance to comprehend the resonance of the great Tao. As for comprehending it in a short period of time, it's impossible. After all, it's a divine ability. Icy Frost Taoist stroked his beard and said politely. However, halfway through his sentence, his pupils suddenly narrowed. He felt that the air around him had suddenly resonated. Even the words around the ice palace seemed to be resonating. And this was the sign of the resonance of the great Tao. This. Oh my God. The others also reacted and shifted their gazes. Only then did they realize that the resonance of the great Tao was coming from a corner of the ice sculpture. There was only one person in that corner who was staring at the sky and writing a big word in front of him. This person was Lin Ling. Ah! At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Who is it? Icy Frost Taoist thought that it was Lin Ling. However, on second thought, Lin Ling had just come to comprehend the great Tao. Naturally, it couldn't be Lin Ling. He led the crowd and rushed over, looking around curiously. Who is it? Icy Frost Taoist asked as he searched. Who? What do you mean by who? Lin Ling frowned. He was curious as to why these people were so anxious. It's the person who caused the resonance of the great Tao. Zhao Hashan also said anxiously. Resonance of the great Tao? What's that? Lin Ling frowned even more. Sigh, it's hard to explain. After all, you just comprehended the great Tao. Icy Frost Taoist sighed and couldn't be bothered to explain. He continued to ask, was there anyone else here besides you? No, it was just me. Lin Ling said. Chapter 48-35. Senior Ice Frost, what is the resonance of the great Tao? What's wrong with you guys? You don't look right. Lin Ling asked with a frown. Sigh, it's a long story. How about this, I'll show you. Ice Frost Taoist shook his head and drew with his divine energy. The resonance of the great Tao is not easy to comprehend. Watch carefully. Watch carefully. Divine energy appeared in his hand and he drew in the air. The moment the first stroke appeared, the void shook. The terrifying thing was that this stroke did not have any divine energy. It did not even have any offensive power. It only had the feeling of a law. As expected of Ice Frost Taoist. Everyone present could feel the great Tao and they all cheered. In the end, the great laws of the universe were not the power of divinity. Thus, they didn't seem to have any offensive or defensive capabilities. But once the great laws of the universe took form, they would possess their own great Tao. Their might would be terrifying. Any power of divinity would be controlled by the great laws. The second stroke. Ice Frost Taoist's face turned serious as he drew again. The void shook again as if a miniature universe had appeared. In this universe, life, death, blooming and withering, quietly took shape. The third stroke. The fourth stroke. Ice Frost Taoist continued to write big words that took shape in the void. The entire void shook. When all the strokes were drawn, they combined perfectly. It was as if it could not be done a second earlier or a second later. A huge, Xian word floated in the air. It looked 5 meters big, but it had already become a universe. This Xian word combined with the universe and formed a resonance. It was as if another Tao was being born. People even noticed that any divine energy was ineffective in this Xian word. This was because this small universe already had its own laws. Any divine energy in it would have to obey the laws of this small universe. Unfortunately, this small universe was still too small, so it had yet to mature. However, this resonance of the great Tao was a seed that would create a great universe in the future. This was also the reason why people studied the great Tao and gave up on divine energy. These were two different paths. At this moment, Ice Frost Taoist closed his eyes and quietly recovered. Although it was just a word, it consumed more energy than any divine ability. It made him feel a little exhausted. The other gods, on the other hand, were trying to comprehend the gigantic Xian character as they recalled the process of writing it. After all, there were many words that resonated with the great Tao in the Ice Palace. However, they were all written by Ice Snow Taoist in the past. This was the first time they had seen Ice Snow Taoist write words that resonated with the Great Tao. Words, passed down the Great Tao. That's right. Words spread throughout the universe, including countless worlds and the great laws of the universe. After a short moment, they opened their eyes successively and spoke with shock. All of them seemed to have attained enlightenment. Although this kind of enlightenment was very, very little, only a trace, it still made them incomparably happy. This is the resonance of the Great Path. Previously, I detected the resonance of the Great Path in this direction. That's why I asked you. Can you understand it? At this moment, Icy Taoist opened his eyes and smiled at Lin Ling. Then he shook his head and said, "You can't even sense the Great Tao. I've told you so much, but I don't think you understand. Is this the resonance of the Great Tao you were talking about?" Lin Ling blinked, and the power of gods appeared in his palm. Then, he drew on the air. Moreover, his stroke was 10 meters long. Most importantly, compared to Icy Taoist's stroke, Lin Ling's stroke was as smooth as flowing water. It was as though the universe was formed naturally. In just a few moments, a huge Xian word that was 10 meters long floated in the sky. Rumble. The resonance of the Great Tao was as though the Tao state had resonated with the word. Because these two were the same universe. The only difference was that one was big and the other was small. As for Icy Taoist's Xian word, compared to Lin Ling's, it was like the difference between a shrimp and a shark. It was like the difference between clouds and mud. Resonance of the Great Tao, forming its own rule, stabilizing the world. Icy Taoist stared at the huge Xian word and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't help but stare at Lin Ling. He realized that Lin Ling was still blinking. Blinking your ass. Didn't you say that you have different Taos? Didn't you say that you wanted to ask for advice? This is not just asking for advice, it's giving advice. Icy Taoist felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He recalled telling Lin Ling that Lin Ling didn't even have any Tao comprehension. Even if he had the resonance of the Great Tao, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to detect it. Now, he felt as though he had been slapped in the face. Moreover, it was from both sides. He even thought that Lin Ling was toying with him. This word is bigger than Icy Taoist's and the resonance is deeper. Most importantly, didn't you see? The speed at which he wrote the word Xian is faster than Icy Taoist's. At this rate, he, can create his own universe. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was as if they wanted to tear apart Lin Ling's face to see what secrets he was hiding. Most importantly, Lin Ling was blinking innocently as if he had just learned it. Lin Ling's innocent look made them want to give him a good beating. Icy Taoist had been comprehending the Great Tao for 10 million years and was barely able to achieve the resonance of the Great Tao. On the other hand, there was no need to mention them. They were at least 5 million years old, and now, they were barely able to sense the Grand Tao. Looking at Lin Ling, he had only just learned it. Comparing oneself to others is infuriating. Even Letian, who was far away, was furious. He thought that Lin Ling was too shameless. How could they know that Lin Ling had indeed just comprehended it? It was from Guangchengzi's ball of light. Lin Ling also didn't expect that the ball of light, which was originally left to guide Icy Taoist, would allow him to comprehend the resonance of the Great Tao and gain a preliminary understanding of the laws of the universe. Lin Ling's universe was a natural law. Lin Ling didn't set up any laws. But now, Lin Ling had learned a preliminary understanding of the laws of the universe. His control over Lin Ling's universe was smoother and he could control more. It seemed that Guangchengzi was not only helping him, but also giving him guidance. Guangchengzi was an ancient giant god. The laws of the universe that he knew were naturally more powerful. Your Excellency Lin Ling, didn't you say that you didn't understand the laws of the universe? Icy Daoist asked Lin Ling with a wry smile after recovering from his shock. Well, I just learned it. Lin Ling continued blinking. Blinking again? Icy Daoist nearly went berserk. He had been smiling bitterly for 50 million years. He had comprehended the laws of the universe, but the word Xian he wrote was only 5 meters long. But Lin Ling had just comprehended it, and the word he wrote was 10 meters long. Your Excellency Lin Ling, are you here to slap my face? Chapter 48-36. If Lin Ling left or did not pay attention to a certain place, the laws of the universe would not work according to his will. It was like rain. When you stretched out your hand, your palm could stop the rain from falling, but after you left, the rain would still drip to the ground. That was the logic. That was why Lin Ling asked. How about this? Let's try using the laws of the universe. Icy Frost Daoist was also interested. Although he often sparred with others, most of the time, he was the one who gave the most pointers. Now that he had finally met a god who was on par with him, he was naturally interested. Don't worry, I won't let you spar for nothing. I'll give you 1,000,000 Tao fragments. Icy Frost Daoist laughed. Lin Ling's body shook. The reward was finally here. 1,000,000 Tao fragments would qualify him to enter the Tao Pagoda. Okay. There was no reason for Lin Ling not to agree, but he asked doubtfully, can great precepts also clash? The laws of the universe he knew were in Lin Ling's universe, where he could use the void of the entire universe to suppress his opponent. However, this was the Tao realm, which had its own laws of the universe. If Lin Ling used his own laws, he would probably be rejected by the Tao realm. Yes, we only need the laws of the two universes to clash. As long as it's not too long, the laws of the Tao realm will not restrict us. Icy Frost Daoist said with a smile. Then, he floated back and reminded, Your Excellency Lin Ling, carve all your understanding of the Tao in words and attack me. Because we are all beginners of the laws of the universe, we can only use words to display the means we can use. We can't use them at will. Understood? Lin Ling nodded. No wonder the Ice Temple was mostly written in words. It turned out that it was the most convenient way to display the laws of the universe. Then, Lin Ling closed his eyes and displayed all his understanding of the Tao before writing it in front of him. In fact, when it came to understanding the Tao, Lin Ling's understanding of it was not shallow. However, compared to the ancient giant gods, his understanding was like the hair of an ox. But now, with Master Guangcheng's comprehension, Lin Ling also gained considerable benefits, his comprehension increasing greatly. Moreover, he also added in Lin Ling's comprehension of the universe. Many of the laws in Lin Ling's universe were naturally formed. Lin Ling could control them at will, but he couldn't create them. Now, Lin Ling was imitating those laws and carving them out. On the other side, Daoist Ice Snow had his eyes closed and was motionless. At this moment, all the words in the Ice Palace suddenly floated towards him, turning into ink and disappearing into his body. He had actually activated the resonance of the great Tao that he had written down all these years. However, this was clearly unfair. After all, this was a superimposed great cosmos law. Obviously, he intended to suppress Lin Ling and defeat Lin Ling. This brat's comprehension ability is too terrifying. He must be suppressed a little. Tell him that the true comprehension of the great Tao is something that can't be learned overnight. In terms of comprehension of the great Tao, he seems to be above me. However, I know more about the great cosmos law than him. This time, I should be able to convince him wholeheartedly. Daoist Ice Snow kept saying as he closed his eyes and wrote down the great cosmos law. This time, his stroke was 50 meters long. Perhaps because of the pressure, he also performed exceptionally and wrote down the proudest great Tao resonance in the past tens of millions of years. Good. Daoist Ice Snow couldn't help but become excited when he realized this. He was secretly grateful to Lin Ling. It was because of Lin Ling's encouragement that he was able to perform exceptionally well. He was very clear about this. Then, he continued to carve the great cosmos law and looked forward to hearing the cheers of the people. However, the surroundings were very quiet. It was so quiet that no sound could be heard. This made Daoist Ice Snow think that everyone was frightened by him. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the gods first. However, with just one look, he almost felt uneasy. This was because the gods around him didn't even look at him. What was going on? He subconsciously looked at Lin Ling. Then, he became uneasy and fearful. This was because Lin Ling had written the word Xian. It was actually 100 meters wide. He was 50 meters long, and Lin Ling was 100 meters long. F***ck, this guy did it on purpose. Isn't it only 10 meters long? Could it be that he was pretending to be weak and waiting for me to fall into his trap? Senior Daoist Ice Snow, I'm done. Please give me some pointers. At this time, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes and said solemnly. He realized that this seemingly simple word was extremely difficult to control. It was even more difficult to control than Pangu's strike and the universe's three extremes break. It was as if countless great cosmos laws were combined in the word and could collapse and fall apart at any time. And Lin Ling could only maintain it so that the word would not collapse. Of course, during this process, Lin Ling also felt that his soul power was increasing. He had benefited a lot. Pointers? Daoist Ice Snow almost cursed out loud. Such a big word. Who's going to give who pointers? Come on. Then, Daoist Ice Snow shouted and activated the word in his hand. The two big words that were mixed with countless great cosmos laws slowly collided. What was scary was that after the collision, it was extremely calm. It was as if ice and snow were melting and dissipating continuously. Now, it was time to see which word would dissipate faster. But everyone was blinking. One was 50 meters long, and the other was 100 meters long. It seemed that it was easy to tell which word would dissipate faster. F***ck. At this time, Daoist Ice Snow shouted in his heart. He controlled his own great cosmos laws to collide and immediately realized how terrifying Lin Ling's great cosmos laws were. How was this great cosmos laws? This was a stable universe. Could it be that Lin Ling already had a universe? Because in Lin Ling's word, not only did it contain birth, old age, illness, and death, blooming and withering, it also contained the restrictions of God's energy and various other powers. It even contained its own great cosmos laws. It was not an exaggeration to say that it had everything. Bang! But at this time, Lin Ling's huge word exploded and completely dissipated. Looking at Daoist Ice Snow's word, although it did not explode, there were not many strokes left. It was clear who was better. Everyone was in an uproar. As expected of Daoist Ice Snow. I'm convinced. Lin Ling could not help but feel ashamed. He realized that his great cosmos laws were very unstable and could not be compared to Daoist Ice Snow. Convinced? Daoist Ice Snow almost wanted to curse. Naturally, he knew why Lin Ling had lost. There were too many Dharma laws in the universe, and Lin Ling couldn't control them all at once. However, if Lin Ling had comprehended the Great Tao for a longer period of time, controlling them would be as easy as flipping his hand. And Daoist Ice Snow's great cosmos laws, be it in terms of quantity or variety, were completely inferior to Lin Ling's. Chapter 48-37. Ice Snow Taoist's great law of the universe is more stable. I hope Ice Snow Taoist can give me some pointers. Lin Ling said humbly. Stability was Lin Ling's biggest problem at the moment. If his Lin Ling universe was unstable, everything would be in vain. Pointers again? Ice Snow Taoist smiled bitterly. How was he supposed to give her pointers? He was too ashamed to do so. Lin Yun had instantly comprehended the great Tao resonance and had comprehended more great law of the universe than him. If he were to give pointers, it would be shameless and a slap in the face. Sir Lin Ling, as long as you comprehend more, it won't be a big problem. After a long while, Daoist Ice Snow finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. A mouthful of blood was stuck in his chest, and he almost spat it out. I see. Thank you. Lin Ling was enlightened and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had benefited a lot from his earlier comprehension. If he were to use it on Lin Ling universe, the entire universe would be more stable. Therefore, Lin Ling was naturally happy. Sir Lin Ling, I have another thing to ask you. I don't know if I should say it. Ice Snow Taoist said awkwardly. What is it? Ice Snow Taoist is a senior. Why can't I say it? Senior, please speak your mind. Lin Ling blinked and said politely. That's right. Can you give me some pointers? Ice Snow Taoist blushed and said shamelessly. Lin Ling was stunned and blinked again. Don't worry, I'll give you 5 million Dao state fragments as compensation. Ice Snow Taoist said quickly. Ice Snow Taoist, you are too polite. We agreed to learn from each other. Using money to talk will affect our relationship too much. Don't worry, I, Lin Ling, will tell you everything I know. Lin Ling waved his hand and said, by the way, I happen to need a lot of treasures for cultivation. Can I have 6 million Dao state fragments as compensation? Sure, it's a small matter. Ice Snow Taoist was stunned and immediately waved his hand with a smile. He hurried forward and humbly asked for pointers. Seeing the two of them talking, the surrounding people were dumbfounded. What happened to asking for advice? How did it become Lin Ling's guidance? Ice and Snow Daoist humbly listened. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I have 1 million Dao realm fragments here. I have some too. Then, they didn't want to miss the opportunity. They hurried to Lin Ling and humbly asked for advice. Where did this bastard get all these skills from? Even Le Tion's face darkened when he saw the primordial giant gods surrounding Lin Ling. He could tell that these people were incomparably polite to Lin Ling. This meant that if something happened to Lin Ling, these people would definitely lend a helping hand. And this was clearly not something that even Le Tion wanted to see. Not long ago, he had used the power of the will of the world to secretly inform the god of the underworld and ask the nearby gods of the underworld to come and help. Originally, if Lin Ling was alone, no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to stop the underworld's experts. But now, it was hard to say. So that's how it is. Your Excellency Lin Ling, your words have enlightened me. Yes, a problem that has troubled me for millions of years was actually solved by you with just one sentence. I'm convinced. Your Excellency Lin Ling, thank you. The god surrounded Lin Ling, and Lin Ling was like an ancient giant god giving a sermon. His words were clear and logical, causing the gods to blush and tremble with excitement. Your Excellency Lin Ling's comprehension of the great Tao is really like that of an ancient giant god. Ice and Snow Daoist even gave Lin Ling a thumbs up. Lin Ling secretly blushed with shame. Although he already had some comprehension of the great Tao and had his own universe, when it came to giving advice to these people, he naturally couldn't compare. They were all old monsters who had comprehended the great Tao for tens of millions of years. For Lin Ling to be able to give them advice, this was because of the light ball left behind by Guangchengzi. The fairy of the 9 heavens found the square prison for me. I didn't expect it to help me so much. Lin Ling secretly sighed. If not for the square prison, even if Lin Ling had the chaos divine formula, it would be 1,000 times more difficult for him to grow in the Tao realm. With the square prison, Lin Ling seemed to have a cheat, and his growth speed was 1,000 times faster than others. There are many gods in the square prison. It seems like I have to visit them more when I'm free. Oh right, there's also Monkey King. Moreover, there are 3 cells in the final prison. They are Guangchengzi, Monkey King, and I don't know who the last one is. However, to be locked in the final prison, he must have a powerful background. Lin Ling's heart was filled with anticipation. He knew that he had gained a lot from this trip. The number of Tao realm fragments had already reached 10 million. He just didn't know if 10 million Tao realm fragments were enough to exchange for the treasures he needed to break through. Rumble. At this moment, the entire snow mountain suddenly shook, and a large amount of snow fell from the shrine of ice. What's going on? Everyone frowned, and they were instantly displeased. Previously, under Lin Ling's guidance, they had all gained enlightenment. However, just as they were about to gain enlightenment, someone had immediately interrupted them. This kind of interruption was tantamount to having one's father killed. After all, it would be very difficult for them to return to the state they were in before. Hand over Lien Letian, or I'll flatten this place. At the same time, outside the snow mountain, an arrogant voice sounded. Young sect master, don't be afraid. The Sky Nether sect is here. Whoever dares to touch you will be killed without mercy. Sir, I don't know who you are, but I guess you don't know who we are. We are from the underworld. Now that you dare to kidnap our young sect master, you have been targeted by the underworld. Regret it, repent. I'll give you 3 breaths time to bring our young sect master out. Following that, a domineering voice sounded like thunder, blasting into the snow mountain. Ice Daoist and the rest trembled, and their eyes turned red. They had just been interrupted, but they were unwilling to give up on the enlightenment, so they entered the state of enlightenment again. However, who knew that the people outside would repeatedly seek death and disturb them, not giving them a chance to live? This is so infuriating. Ice Daoist's face was extremely ferocious. The deities were also gnashing their teeth. Seeing this scene, Lien Letian wanted to cry. Young sect master? You don't have to be afraid. I'm not afraid now, but you'll be afraid later. He had been paying attention to these deities and found that they were all late-stage superior deities, and a few of them were even peak superior deities. The most terrifying one was Ice Daoist, who he could not see through. He was probably an existence that surpassed superior deities. If the Sky Nether sect wanted to fight against these old monsters, they would be sending themselves to their deaths. 1. 2. What made Lien Letian speechless was that outside the snow mountain, the deities from the underworld had actually counted. He was afraid that before 3 could be counted, these old monsters had already killed their way out. Kill them. As expected, the deities were furious and rushed out of the snow mountain. Chapter 48-38. Rumble. Snow swirled in the air as heaven and earth shook. Around the majestic silver snow mountain, lights flickered like fireflies. Sometimes, there was a deafening roar, and sometimes, there was a blinding light. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? An angry voice drifted out, as if it spread through heaven and earth. Who are you? We are only here to look for Lien Letian. Why are you trying to kill us? Following that, more and more voices could be heard, and these voices were mixed with depression. Who are we? We are your grandfathers. Don't waste your breath on them. Kill them. If you are frustrated, we are even more frustrated. Unfortunately, the other side acted as if they had met their father's murderer. They did not bother to waste their breath and attack the people in front of them. They were naturally icy Daoist and the rest. Moreover, they were indeed frustrated. Because who had they offended? This group of people had been arrogant the moment they arrived and had repeatedly interrupted their enlightenment. Who could they complain to? One had to know that this was an enlightenment that was hard to come by in tens of thousands of years. After a long time, under the snowstorm, the voices gradually died down. Only a dozen people flew towards the snow mountain. Lien Letian had been staring into the distance. When he saw Icy Daoist and the rest return, he could not help but sigh. Although he knew that the battle was one-sided, he still felt upset when he saw Icy Daoist and the rest return. Sky Nether sect had come at the wrong time. They were here to deliver their heads. Your Excellency Lin Ling. At this moment, Icy Daoist and the rest walked towards Lin Ling and handed Lin Ling brocade pouches. These brocade pouches contained a large number of treasures and Tao state fragments. They were obtained from the people from Sky Nether sect. This. Lin Ling was shocked. Your Excellency Lin Ling, please do something for us. How about you write the word Xian in this ice palace? Icy Daoist said sincerely to Lin Ling. Although their enlightenment had been interrupted, if Lin Ling left the word Xian, they could use it to gain enlightenment. How much they could gain would depend on their comprehension. Sure. Lin Ling nodded. After collecting so many Dao realm fragments, he had also earned quite a bit. Naturally, he would not refuse. After that, Lin Ling spent 2 hours to carve a 100-meter-long Xian character on the ice sculpture. And this Xian character was all-encompassing, mixed with a large number of laws of the universe. It was also the best Great Dao resonance Lin Ling had ever written. His Excellency Lin Ling is truly a god. The resonance of the Great Dao that he writes is getting better and better. Looking at the word Xian hanging in the ice palace, the Frost Taoist couldn't help but praise. Brother Lin Ling, are you leaving? Zhao Hashan looked at Lin Ling and said. He and the other gods did not plan to leave. They stayed behind to comprehend the Xian character left behind by Lin Ling. Yes, I have something to do, so I have to leave. Lin Ling nodded. His current goal was to gather enough treasures to break through to the next realm and then enter the Dao Pagoda to cultivate. Therefore, there was no need for him to stay in the Shrine of Ice for too long. Moreover, he wanted to find out the whereabouts of the Dragon Valley from Lien Letian. However, this guy was very cunning. It would not be easy to get information out of him. That's a pity. Zhao Hashan couldn't help but shake his head. Then, he looked at Lin Ling and said, Your Excellency Lin Ling rarely comes here. Why don't you rest here for a few days before leaving? He naturally didn't want Lin Ling to leave so soon. He still wanted to ask Lin Ling about many things related to the laws of Great Dao. Lin Ling pondered for a while and finally nodded. For the next 3 days, Lin Ling rested here temporarily, and at the same time, he cultivated and stabilized his realm. He discovered that he was getting closer and closer to the strength of a peak mid-level deity. Between mid-level deities and higher deities, there was actually a peak mid-level deity realm. However, this realm was rather vague and not a realm that one had to go through. Gods with talent would break through to the next realm when they were late-stage mid-level deities. As for those with average talent, they would accumulate their foundation and finally break through at the peak mid-level deity realm. Between the two, each had its own benefits. As for Lin Ling, he currently lacked treasures to break through to the next realm. That was why he had to go through the process of reaching the peak mid-level deity realm. After all, he had 8 dantians, so it was undoubtedly more difficult to break through to the next realm. Lien Letian, are you still not going to tell me where the dragon god of the Dragon Valley and the rest went? When he was free, Lin Ling also questioned Lien Letian coldly. I really don't know. Lien Letian pretended to be innocent and said. He was the host body of the world will, so Lin Ling discovered that his soul techniques didn't have much effect on Lien Letian. Otherwise, Lin Ling would have long used tyrannical means to seize Lien Letian's secrets. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Ling couldn't sense his world will's power. Otherwise, he could still devour Lien Letian and obtain all his secrets. You'll tell me sooner or later. Lin Ling didn't intend to waste any more words. He turned and left. Watching Lin Ling leave, Lien Letian's eyes were cold. He had the same idea as Lin Ling. If there was a chance, he would definitely devour Lin Ling. both of them had their own ulterior motives. At this moment, in the origin returning Dao sect, an old man walked towards Daoist Yuan with a grave expression. "Sect master, what happened?" Seeing the old man's serious expression, Daoist Yuan felt that something big was about to happen. He asked, could it be that these bastards attacked the origin returning Dao sect again? No, now that the Yellow Emperor has appeared, and with the help of many great forces in the Dao Pagoda, the surrounding sects don't dare to act recklessly. However, the Yellow Emperor's messenger. The old man frowned and then handed over an ancient parchment. Heavens, this is a heavenly Dao warrant. With just a glance, Daoist Yuan sucked in a cold breath. The heavenly Dao warrant was not only famous in the Dao realm and Dao Pagoda, but also in the chaotic realm. It was a warrant issued jointly by countless sects to kill the other party. Whoever could complete the warrant would be rewarded with countless rewards. Generally speaking, to be able to become a heavenly Dao warrant, one had to be recognized by 500 sects. Look at the person on the wanted list. The old man sighed. Daoist Yuan hurriedly took the warrant. After pouring in his divine essence, the parchment warrant emitted a bright light. A slender figure appeared in front of the two of them. It was so lifelike that one could even see all the hair and other things. Most importantly, this person was Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Daoist Yuan's body trembled. That's right, it's him. The old man nodded heavily. I don't know who has such great power to issue a heavenly Dao warrant for Lin Ling. One must know that Lin Ling is one of the Yellow Emperor's people. This is a bit troublesome. We must immediately inform Lin Ling about this and have him return to the Yellow Emperor's side. Daoist Yuan's expression turned serious. Chapter 48-39. TSK 300 million Dao state fragments as a reward. On top of that, the reward is 5 chaos sacred artifacts and 10 ancient treasures of the primal chaos realm. The treasures are simply too generous. After seeing the rewards, Daoist Yuan's expression turned even more serious. Then, he quickly informed Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was still in the Shrine of Ice. After receiving Daoist Yuan's voice transmission, Lin Ling could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although this was the first time he had heard of a bounty, the rewards were simply too generous. Not to mention other things, 300 million Dao state fragments was enough to make people take risks. Moreover, there were also chaos sacred artifacts and various rare treasures. With so many treasures, it's probably a bounty issued by Emperor Yao and the others. It was not difficult for Lin Ling to guess who his opponents were. Emperor Yao, Emperor Shan, the 3 divine gates of White Mountain, and Emperor Ziwei. If they worked together, they would indeed have such power. As for these treasures, it was obvious that they were the treasures that the Yellow Emperor did not want. In fact, with so many treasures, Lin Ling even wanted to issue a bounty on himself. Interesting. However, Lin Ling was not afraid. Instead, he was interested. With the heavenly Dao's bounty issued, the area around the Dao Pagoda would probably be in chaos. The gods of various eras would probably want to attack Lin Ling. Even if Lin Ling wanted to return to the Yellow Emperor's side, the process would definitely be incomparably difficult. However, Lin Ling did not plan to return. He could take advantage of the chaos to obtain more Dao state fragments. If you want to kill me, Lin Ling, then come at me. Let's see who has the strength to do so. Lin Ling was not a famous god in his era. He was not famous in the Primordial Age, Chaos Age, Primordial Age, or Age of Pantheon. Even in the current era, he was only slightly famous. However, with the heavenly Dao's bounty issued, his name instantly soared. Leave this place. After that, Lin Ling bade farewell to the Fridge Daoist and the others and left first. Although he could hide his appearance and aura, he knew that if he encountered gods like Emperor Yao and Emperor Shan, they would definitely be able to detect something. Staying here would undoubtedly bring danger to Ice Snow Daoist and the others. Moreover, if they were wanted, staying in one place was the most dangerous. The safest way was to move around and not be surrounded in one place. Get over here. Lin Ling used his soul power to lock onto Lian Lishan's soul before disappearing into the snowstorm. At the same time, the area around the Dao Tower was in an uproar. 300 million Dao realm fragments, TSK, a heavenly Dao wanted order. And there are also primal chaos sage items and countless other precious treasures. This Lin Ling is mine. If you can find Lin Ling, then we'll talk about it. The area around the Dao Pagoda is vast like smoke. This Lin Ling has probably received the news. If you want to find him, I'm afraid it will be harder than ascending to the heavens. I'm most afraid that he'll leave and hide in the universe he came from. Hee, what's there to be afraid of? Back then, Prince Jinlong was on the Dao realm's wanted list. He disappeared from the Dao realm for 10 million years. He thought that this matter was over, but he was killed as soon as he entered the Dao realm. Humph, gods have nothing but time. If you have the ability, Lin Ling will continue to hide. All kinds of voices sounded around the Dao Pagoda. The area around the Dao Pagoda was very large, 4 times the size of the Dao realm. It also had the most accumulated experts, all of whom were gods from several eras. They only had one goal, and that was the Dao Pagoda. However, the difficulty of entering the Dao Pagoda was too high, so the gods were all accumulating their capital before entering the Dao Pagoda. Lin Ling, a heavenly Dao wanted order. In the area north of the Dao Pagoda, a man stood on a high peak, looking at the wanted order in his hand, his expression constantly changing. My lord, I'm afraid Lin Ling is in big trouble. A middle-aged man looked at the man and said. This middle-aged man was Lord Ning of the Spirit Kingdom. Originally, according to our grievances, I couldn't wait for him to die. But now, he and I have a common enemy, which is Dipankara Buddha and Tong Tian. So, if Lin Ling dies, it will be even more disadvantageous for me. So, I hope he can survive. The man looked into the distance and then said lightly. He was the great god of the Spirit Kingdom. His relationship with Lin Ling now seemed to be that of an enemy, but also like a friend. If Lin Ling died, Tongtian's world will hosts would definitely attack them. So, if Lin Ling didn't die, it would be beneficial for them. On the other side, an old man was drinking wine and walking with a large group of gods. He looked at the wanted order in his hand and smiled. This Lin Ling is really crazy. Should I help him or not? He was Daoist Duobao. It's probably the idea of the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Dipankara Buddha is finally going to attack Lin Ling. Daoist Duobao secretly guessed. He didn't want to pay attention to this matter and let Lin Ling attract the attention of the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. However, he thought that if Lin Ling was captured, he and the great god of the Spirit Kingdom would be next. So, if there was a chance, he would do his best to help Lin Ling. At least, he wouldn't let Dipankara Buddha catch Lin Ling so easily. The entire Dao Pagoda area was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. On the other side, Lin Ling walked along the ice and snow. He wore a large cloak and carried a large sword on his back, like an ascetic. Behind him, even Le Tian followed with a bitter face. Lin Ling had left a mark in his soul. It would take a lot of effort to break it. Lin Ling obviously wouldn't give him the time, so he could only follow Lin Ling. Demon City. Lin Ling's gaze landed in front of him. There was a huge ice and snow city. It was extremely majestic, but there was a demonic aura that soared into the sky. Lin Ling had learned about Ice Demon City from Jianghu Mountain. It was also the only city in the vicinity. Many ancient fiendish demons were gathered there. After the great calamity of the world's will, the gods had fallen, and the demons couldn't escape the calamity. After reincarnating, they were incompatible with the gods, so they gathered together. And this demon city was extremely chaotic. There were great demons and great demons. Even powerful gods didn't dare to enter the city rashly. Here, treasures were the most important. Killing gods and seizing treasures was a common occurrence. Roar! Lin Ling walked along the ice and snow road and found the majestic city gate of Ice Snow City. It was a huge demon's mouth. Its cold teeth gleamed as if it wanted to devour everyone who entered the city. Demons in twos and threes stepped into the demon's mouth and disappeared from the city. These demons were violent and loved to eat human flesh. Now that they had taken human form, their murderous aura didn't diminish at all. No, don't go. That's the land of demons. It's one of the demon city. Don't go. Behind him, Lutian kept waving his hands and saying, as if he knew how terrifying the demon city was. One of the demon city? Lin Ling asked curiously. Chapter 48-40. So that's how it is. Lin Ling suddenly understood. After all, he had just arrived at the Dao Pagoda and was not familiar with this place. He did not talk nonsense and continued to move forward with Lien Letian. Lien Letian cursed angrily. He was only a mid-level deity. Although he was very strong and could fight an early-stage superior deity, there were more than that in the city of demons. Then, the two disappeared into the huge demon mouth. After passing through the city gate, Lin Ling found himself at a three-way intersection. In front of him were three huge roads that stretched into the distance as if they could cross the entire city. Around the three-pronged road, there were a large number of restaurants and inns. Many tall and sturdy men with strange appearances were drinking wine and eating meat in large mouthfuls. Lin Ling even saw them feasting on human flesh. Many of them were holding human thighs and munching on them happily. Foul atmosphere. This was Lin Ling's biggest impression of this city. But at this moment, whether it was the demons drinking wine or the monsters eating meat, they all stopped and looked at Lin Ling with sneers. A human? Someone suddenly sneered. It's been a long time since a new human came. His flesh and blood are probably very good. Be careful. A human who dares to come to the city of demons probably has some background. Whispers could be heard as the demons stared at Lin Ling maliciously. However, Lin Ling was wearing a large black cloak, so the demons could not see Lin Ling's appearance. Hee, Your Excellency, do you want to eat an apple? Suddenly, an old woman and an old man walked toward Lin Ling with a smile. They each carried a basket with apples and pears in their hands. They looked very delicious. Damn it, they beat us to it. That old fox and old jackal love to attack newcomers. The surrounding demons cursed secretly. Of course, their voices were very soft and did not let Lin Ling and Lien Letian hear them. Even Lutian's face turned pale instantly. He naturally knew how terrifying these demons were. Although they were humans, they could turn into demons that were hundreds of meters tall in the blink of an eye. Bang! Lin Ling acted as though he didn't see the demons blocking his path. He took a step forward and a terrifying thing happened. Beside the old woman and old man, rumbling sounds could be heard as the power of divinity pressed down on them. Bang bang bang. The baskets in their hands fell to the ground and turned into a large number of poisonous insects, toads, and other poisonous creatures. As for the old woman and old man, their bodies exploded as well. They were killed by the power of the gods. What a powerful move. The distant fiendish demons were all shocked. Because this divine energy came without any warning. It was formless and colorless, and its methods were extremely sharp. It seems to be the work of the nearby origin returning Dao sect. A middle-aged man with sharp teeth said coldly. The demon city was west of the Dao Pagoda, so they knew about the origin returning Dao sect. Good lad, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, and the fog dispersed. Then, the seemingly dead old woman appeared again. Her skin began to fall off, and a large amount of hair grew out. Furthermore, she was growing continuously. Her mouth was also becoming sharper, and her claws were also becoming incomparably sharp. Finally, she turned into a jade-faced old fox demon that was 100 meters tall. This was a fox demon that had cultivated for 80 million years. Looking at the old man, he had also turned into a huge wolf. The stench of blood on his body was extremely foul. He was the demon king of ancient Jackal Mountain during the Age of the Gods. Two huge demons blocked in front of Lin Ling and Lin Ling. They were going to harm Lin Ling. Swoosh! But at this moment, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. The grey-robed Lin Ling also appeared silently. This was because these two demons possessed early-stage high god strength. Therefore, Lin Ling had to unleash some of his trump cards to defeat them. And his sword was surging with murderous intent, as though the universe had arrived. Plop! Two huge demon heads fell to the ground. The 100-meter-tall demon's neck kept spitting out blood, and then it collapsed. In front of the three-pronged road, there was an instant silence. Countless demons narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling shook off the stench of blood on the tyrannical song sword. With a shake of his arm, the tyrannical song sword floated behind him, and the eternal killing world in the sword returned to Lin Ling's 8th dantian. Lin Ling led Lien Letian forward as though he was leading a dog, passing through the two huge corpses. What a strong murderous intent. Is he a human or a demon? In my opinion, he's a demon. His murderous intent is very strong. He's probably a grim demon. Looks like he's qualified to enter the demon city. The demons muttered secretly. If Lin Ling was a human god, they would definitely join forces to kill him. However, there were also humans who joined them. They were demons, grim demons, and other such gods. And Lin Ling's sword was filled with murderous intent, which made them think that Lin Ling was a grim demon god. Because he had killed too many people, he was not recognized by the human gods, so he came to the demon city to seek refuge. He killed an early-stage high god with a single slash. His strength is probably at the mid-stage high god level. Forget it, let's continue eating and drinking. The fiendish demons no longer bothered with Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he continued walking along the main street. He found a relatively clean inn and walked in. The inn was also full of demons, but they were more gentle, such as bamboo demons, rabbit demons, and so on. They glanced at Lin Ling and ignored him. Innkeeper! Lin Ling shouted after sitting down. A beautiful woman immediately came to greet Lin Ling. She first stared at Lin Ling. What was strange was that this woman's eyes were green. When one looked into her eyes, it was easy to lose oneself in them. This was the divine art of seduction. Innkeeper! Lin Ling shouted. How could this divine art of seduction affect him? Sir, what would you like to eat? The woman wanted to use the divine art to investigate Lin Ling. After being seen through by Lin Ling, she quickly smiled and said, "The best dishes." Lin Ling was a man of few words. He was very cold. Okay. The woman hurried away. Lin Ling looked around. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a wall of the inn. He saw that many things were recorded on the wall, but one of them was a wanted list. There were many wanted posters on the wanted list, including the sun, moon, and star lists, and the human, earth, and heaven lists. On the heaven leaderboard, Lin Ling saw his name. He even saw other wanted criminals on the heaven leaderboard. The heaven lists were the heavenly Dao's wanted list. There were not many people recorded on the heaven lists, less than 100. There were humans, demons, and demons. Lin Ling was ranked 18th, which meant that the reward for the wanted list on Lin Ling was the 18th place on the heaven lists. Interesting. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Sir, there are many wanted criminals in the city of demons. At this time, the beautiful woman walked back and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Sir, you're staring at the wanted list. I guess you're also on the wanted list. However, you don't have to worry too much. The city of demons is very chaotic. It's not like the Pantheon, where everyone wants to arrest you. Chapter 48-41. Upon hearing the beautiful woman's words, Lin Ling also began to drink and eat, completely ignoring the beautiful woman. Enjoy your meal, sir. The beautiful woman did not care about anything and left after saying a few polite words. In fact, if Lin Ling had said a few polite words, the beautiful woman would have found it very strange and even suspected Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's indifference was in line with the personality of the demon city. Lin Ling, where are you taking me? What's the use of taking me like this? I really don't know where the Dragon Valley and the Dragon God have gone. Seeing Lin Ling eating and drinking alone, Lien Lu gritted his teeth and said because Lin Ling was treating him like a captive. However, Lin Ling ignored him and continued to eat and drink his own food. I must find a chance to kill him. Lien Li's eyes flashed coldly as he muttered to himself. Your Excellency, are there two people? At this time, another old man walked into the inn. This old man had white hair and wore a white robe. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being and looked extremely benevolent. Most importantly, he was actually heading straight for Lin Ling. Lin Ling glanced around and continued to eat and drink. His soul power was strong and he could roughly see through the old man's body. It was a white-armored pangolin. I'm Elder Jia of the Flying Frost Valley. I'm here on behalf of our king. The old man did not care about Lin Ling's rudeness and continued to smile. What's the matter? Lin Ling finally spoke. He discovered that these great demons were indeed powerful. They were all early-stage higher deities with profound skills. From this point, the difference between the Tao realm and the Dao Tower could be seen. In the Tao realm, superior gods were extremely rare. Of course, there was also a possibility that the real superior gods had entered the Dao Tower. Those who stayed in the Tao realm were mostly gods who were not ambitious and were waiting for the arrival of the world will's tribulation. They were gods who were ready to die at any time. It's like this. The Flying Frost Valley would like to invite you to join us. The old man cupped his hands and smiled. Although he was learning human etiquette, when he spoke, the tail behind his robe swayed slightly, giving off an incomparably comical feeling. Join you? You don't even know who I am, and you're inviting me? Or does your Flying Frost Valley think that your king is so powerful that he doesn't fear the gods of the entire Dao Pagoda? Lin Ling took a sip of wine. Now that he was a wanted man, if he were to join the Flying Frost Valley, he would be harming the Flying Frost Valley. One had to know that even the Yellow Emperor could not guarantee that he would be safe under the Heavenly Dao's arrest warrant, let alone the Flying Frost Valley. No matter who you are, you just need to join us. You're from the Demon Slayer clan. I guess you've offended many human gods. Joining us is your only way out. The old man chuckled and explained proudly, we, the Flying Frost Valley, have 5 kings. They are all great demons from the age of the Pantheon. If you join us, your safety will be guaranteed. 5 kings? What kind of strength is this? Lin Ling asked with interest. 4 great lords are late-stage high gods, and 1 great lord is a mid-stage high god. The old man puffed out his chest and became even prouder. A late-stage high god was a force to be reckoned with in the Dao Pagoda. Unfortunately, this bit of strength was really not enough for Lin Ling. Although it was difficult for him to defeat a late-stage high god, the Flying Frost Valley could not protect him at all. No need. I don't plan to join the Demon Valley for the time being. Lin Ling shook his head and rejected the offer directly. Your Excellency, you've missed your chance. The old man was not angry. He smiled and said, Your Excellency may not know, but the old fox and poisonous jackal you killed earlier were great demons of the Flying Frost Valley. Now, you can only join the Flying Frost Valley. Otherwise, the Flying Frost Valley will not let you go." Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed. He was wondering why the Flying Frost Valley was so kind and tirelessly trying to recruit him. It turned out that the fox and jackal that Lin Ling had killed earlier were related to the Flying Frost Valley. Get lost. Lin Ling was too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly chased the old man away. "Your Excellency, take care of yourself." The old man immediately left with a smile. After he left, there was a flurry of discussion in the inn. Although the Flying Frost Valley was not a gathering place for great demons, it was extremely impressive. This man had killed someone from the Flying Frost Valley, but the Flying Frost Valley did not pursue the matter. Instead, they gave this man a chance. However, this man had missed it. They laughed softly, as if they were gloating and watching a good show. What a strange demon. Lin Ling naturally knew what they were laughing about. He only felt disdain for it. Moreover, although the demons in the inn were imitating the refined tastes of humans, they were ultimately imitating the David's deer. Especially their gloating smiles, it was as strange as it could be. For example, one of the weasels was laughing cruelly. However, when he laughed, his human face and weasel face would change from time to time. It was extremely strange. Ignoring them, Lin Ling ate and drank to his heart's content before slowly leaving the inn. To him, the demon city was just a transit station to familiarize himself with and understand the entire Dao Pagoda. Obviously, he would not stay here for long. He's finally gone. Seeing Lin Ling leave, the beautiful woman in the inn frowned and could not help but remind him. "Your Excellency, the Flying Frost Valley is an existence that cannot be underestimated among the great demons. One of their kings is in the demon city." Hearing this, Lin Ling paused in his footsteps and then continued walking. The beautiful woman was stunned. She sighed and ignored Lin Ling. Good luck. She had only said that one sentence. After Lin Ling walked out of the inn, he immediately felt the oppressive atmosphere. The inn was filled with smoke and a large number of demons were checking him out. Their expressions were full of mockery. "You're really shameless. You killed our old fox, and you still want to leave alive?" On the second floor of an inn, a middle-aged man in a brown robe said coldly as he drank wine. "Your Majesty, calm down. He's dead for sure. We'll use his head to drink later." "That's right. These human demons are stupid. Their intelligence is not high." Beside him, two small demons flattered. Although they had transformed into humans, they still looked very ugly. He, using his head to drink wine. "Not bad." The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. He gently placed the wine cup in his hand on the table. Bang! A soft sound rang out. Boom! However, on the street, a sudden change occurred. Terrifying demonic aura soared into the sky. From every corner of the street, huge demons stepped forward and rushed toward Lin Ling. All of them possessed early-stage high god strength, and their defenses were incomparably powerful. Their demonic aura seemed to have materialized. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. It was terrifying. Countless eyes in the demon city immediately locked onto this street. Countless demons revealed curious expressions. Chapter 48-42. I've just had my fill. It's time for some exercise. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Under the cloak, a gray robe quietly appeared, and a terrifying aura spread out. He stretched out one hand, and the tyrannical song sword floated out from behind him. The eternal killing world in his eighth dantian surged into the sword. He held the sword and walked forward step by step. Swoosh! He slashed out with his sword, and it was as if he had slashed out a universe. The three early-stage high-level demons in front of him were instantly cut in half. Blood gushed out and dyed the street red. One must know that the demonic energy of these demons was terrifying. Ordinary divine energy could not kill them at all. This was because most of them had 200 million demonic energy in their bodies, which was comparable to the 200 million demonic energy of a god. Bang! Bang! Lin Ling's sword did not stop, and he gently slashed out. He looked as if he was casually swinging his sword, and it did not look like he was swinging his sword at all. However, this seemingly ordinary sword strike was actually so terrifying. Especially in the eyes of the demons, these swords had intertwined killing energy, and it was as if a universe had slashed them. Swoosh! After that, Lin Ling did not even look behind him. He slashed out again, and the demons behind him were also killed. Killing early-stage high-level gods was as easy as chopping vegetables. Everyone in the city gasped. Although Lin Ling had killed the old fox and the wolf, they thought that Lin Ling could only kill early-stage high-level gods and fight mid-stage high-level gods. But now, there was more than just one early-stage high-level god here. Crackle! Suddenly, a green swamp appeared on the ground where Lin Ling was standing. The swamp was emitting green smoke, and it seemed to be demonic poison. The most terrifying thing was that the demonic poison came without any warning, and it was impossible to guard against it. However, Lin Ling disappeared and reappeared 100 meters away. He shook his head and said, "Is this all you've got?" As soon as he finished speaking, he threw out the sword in his hand. It shot up into the sky like an arrow, and then shot straight down. After crashing into the ground, it disappeared without a trace. After that, the depths of the ground started to shake violently. It was as if a demon had emerged from the ground. After that, a 100-meter-long toad appeared before everyone's eyes. Unfortunately, the toad had been killed with a single strike of the sword. Flying Frost Valley, you want to recruit me with this little strength? Lin Ling waved his right hand, and the tyrannical song sword flew back. Old toad, he's a mid-stage high-level god. It was as if the entire city had exploded, and the rumbling continued without end. Slaying a mid-stage high god with a single slash, just what was the limit of this grim demon? You've watched long enough, don't you have anything to say? Suddenly, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at a restaurant in the distance. When he looked over, countless gazes from the entire city locked onto the restaurant. They had roughly guessed that there was definitely an even more powerful great demon hiding in the restaurant in the Flying Frost Valley. Perhaps it was the king of the Flying Frost Valley. At this moment, the demons in the restaurant, who were drinking casually, had stopped moving. The middle-aged man in the brown robe was still holding the wine cup, but his hands were shaking. After witnessing Lin Ling kill the great demon of the Flying Frost Valley, he knew how terrifying Lin Ling's strength was. Swoosh! At this moment, a sword shot over. Lin Ling had made his move. Block it! The middle-aged man in the brown robe threw the wine cup in his hand and spat out a mouthful of demonic aura. The surrounding demons blocked in front of him. However, Lin Ling's sword was extremely sharp. It shot through the window and pierced through the demons. Finally, the sword pierced through the middle-aged man, causing him to point forward with a look of disbelief. Finally, he slowly fell to the ground. The Fishworm King is also dead. The Flying Frost Valley only had 5 kings, and now one of them is dead. Slaying Demon's sword is too powerful. The demons watching from afar were all pale and trembling. Most importantly, killing the king of the Flying Frost Valley in one strike was too terrifying. Interesting, trying to escape? However, Lin Ling smiled faintly. He stretched out his right hand and flicked his finger. The tyrannical song sword flew out from afar and pierced through the ground. Not long after, a painful roar was heard. Next, everyone saw the ground explode, and a snake-like demon rushed out. However, its body was pierced through by a sword, and a large amount of smelly blood spurted out. Of course, this snake-like demon was not actually a snake, but an earthworm. No, how did you find me? After being pierced by the tyrannical song sword, the earthworm let out a loud roar. With your intelligence, it's hard for me to explain it to you. Lin Ling turned to leave, but the tyrannical song sword was cutting back and forth, cutting the huge earthworm into pieces. Then, the tyrannical song sword flew back and hovered around Lin Ling, protecting him. This time, no one dared to stop Lin Ling. Is he really a mid-level deity? Why is he so strong? I think he's really a mid-level deity, but his sword is very sharp. It should be a Chaos Divine weapon. It's at least a 5th-grade Chaos Divine weapon. After Lin Ling gradually disappeared, the fiendish demon city was abuzz with discussion. On the other side, Lin Ling had already left with Lien Letian towards another city gate. However, not long after leaving the fiendish demon city, Lin Ling suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at the loot in his hands. Previously, he had killed many demons, and at the same time, obtained their celestial Dao restoration tablets. These demons did not have the protection of the Dao state, so he could easily obtain the celestial Dao restoration tablets. The Dao state fragments inside belonged to Lin Ling. Lin Ling kept the Dao state fragments in his celestial Dao restoration tablet and threw away the demon's celestial Dao restoration tablets. He knew that it would not be long before these celestial Dao restoration tablets disappeared. Sir, do you have a problem with me? After keeping the celestial Dao restoration tablets, Lin Ling suddenly looked in a direction and asked. In the mountains, a mysterious man with a huge saber on his back walked out with a smile. Sir, you are very strong. You have the strength of a mid-level deity, but you even killed a mid-level high god. Among the human gods, there are not many who have the strength to challenge those of a higher level. Who are you? Lin Ling looked at the man and realized that he had the strength of a mid-level high god. However, this man's saber was extraordinary. Thousand Blade 1. The man smiled and took off his cloak, revealing a bearded face. He looked to be in his 40s, and he gave off the feeling that he was an honest man. However, Lin Ling's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, Underground Wanted List, Thousand Blade 1. Upon hearing this, the mysterious man's expression changed. You are not a good person. You are a demon god among demons. You are wanted by the gods, so you hid in the fiendish demon land. Lin Ling said again. The mysterious man's eyes narrowed. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so familiar with him. He did not know that Lin Ling was familiar with him because he had seen the various wanted lists. You are looking for me? Lin Ling said indifferently. Chapter 48-43. You're Lin Ling from the Heavenly Dao wanted list. Seeing that Lin Ling had seen through his origins, Wan Daoyi no longer hid his purpose. How do you know? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. You don't need to know that. I only know that the reward for killing you is incomparably generous. A large blade appeared in Wan Daoyi's hand, and with a buzz, the power of divinity burst out like the universe. It was very strong. His power of divinity had probably reached as much as 500 million. A wanted criminal killing a wanted criminal? Don't you think it's funny? Lin Ling stared at Wan Daoyi's blade and laughed. Hee, I can enter the demon city. This means that I'm not a pedantic person. Wan Daoyi shook his head. He only attacked for the Tao realm fragment. He said coldly, after killing you, I'll have the capital to enter the Dao pagoda. His eyes turned red. It was a blood-red color, and his pupils could not be seen. It was terrifying. You're so sure that you can kill me? Lin Ling also knew that Wan Daoyi was not an ordinary mid-stage high god. He was stronger than those he had encountered before, perhaps even twice as strong. You're just a mid-stage high god. No matter how powerful you are, there's a limit. Take my blade. As Wan Daoyi spoke, he had already attacked. With a horizontal slash, the sky of the Dao pagoda was cut open and a void appeared. However, at the critical moment, Lin Ling activated the Quafu Sunchaser boots and disappeared on the spot, avoiding Wan Daoi's fierce slash. Then, Lin Ling floated in the air, looking down at Wan Daoi with a cold expression. He still did not understand how Wan Daoi recognized him. Although he knew that he would not be able to escape the day of being hunted down, he did not expect that day to come so soon. Let's see how long you can hide. Wan Daoi raised his head and pointed the blade in his hand at Lin Ling. Why should I hide? Lin Ling did not want to waste too much time. He felt that this was not a good place to stay. Universe 3 Extreme Break. He used his trump card and attacked Wan Daoi from the sky. The terrifying soul power locked Wan Daoi's soul into the great universe and killed him. Wan Daoi's eyes narrowed. What kind of technique was this? He still wanted to make a move and even wanted to say something, but he was already killed by Lin Ling's cosmic ray. After his trip to the Shrine of Ice, Lin Ling's soul energy had once again improved. Now, the might of his 3 extremes of universe had also increased by a notch. You overestimate yourself. Lin Ling shouted coldly as he floated down to the ground and took away Wan Daoi's Dao returns to heaven. Subsequently, Lin Ling discovered that Wan Daoi's Dao regression celestial realm didn't seem to disappear. This meant that Wan Daoi still had a chance to be protected by the Dao realm. Unfortunately, Wan Daoi was killed by soul force, and the Dao realm couldn't detect the killing intent, so it didn't protect Wan Daoi. Wu Ting once said that if taken away by the Dao realm's protection, the Dao regression celestial realm wouldn't disappear, but it would take a certain amount of time. If the person who came didn't come to take back the Dao regression celestial realm, the Dao regression celestial realm would disappear sooner or later. Now that Wan Daoi is dead, the Dao regression celestial realm won't be able to escape the fate of disappearing. Lin Ling wasn't in a hurry. He took Wan Daoi's Dao regression celestial realm and immediately left. However, not long after he left, a huge mouth suddenly appeared on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was a mouth formed by 2 leaves. It suddenly closed and swallowed Lin Ling. These leaves were too strange. They appeared without any warning. Even with Lin Ling's soul power, he couldn't detect them unless the leaves merged. Haha, Heavenly Dao arrest order Lin Ling, you've been caught by me. Quickly accept your death. No one can break my supreme world spiritual realm. Lin Ling, who was swallowed, felt that he had entered a pitch-black world. At the same time, a sinister laughter sounded in his ears. Lin Ling instantly knew that the one swallowing him was a great demon, and an extremely powerful one at that. Whoosh! At the same time, water began to drip from the surroundings. The corrosive power was very strong, as if it was going to digest Lin Ling. And within this corrosive water, Lin Ling sensed a terrifying god energy. It seemed that the things that the leaves swallowed relied on the god energy to corrode their prey. Tsk tisk, 300 million Dao realm fragments are mine just like that. Ha ha ha. At the same time, a triumphant voice sounded. It was incomparably happy. It's too early for you to be happy. Lin Ling knew that there was no time to lose. He had to leave this place immediately. Otherwise, no matter how strong his combat strength was, it would be greatly reduced. Pangu strike, shatter the earth. Lin Ling activated the god energy's invincible technique. Then, like a giant Pangu, he attacked the leaves crazily and blasted them apart. And the corrosive water that fell on him seemed to be ineffective at this moment. How is this possible? The leaves also screamed in horror. They could not believe it. And at this moment, outside the leaves, Lien Letian stared at the huge leaves in front of him with an excited smile. If Lin Ling died in the mouth of the great demon, then he would be able to obtain Lin Ling's will of the world. After all, the great demon could not devour the will of the world. Hurry, hurry. Lien Letian was looking forward to it. Boom. But at this moment, the leaves in front of him shook violently. Then, a fist broke the surface of the leaves, followed by more and more fists. Finally, the leaves were also blasted apart by countless huge fists. A figure rushed out and stomped down from the sky. Boom! The great demon from before was stomped to death, deader than dead. The person who rushed out was Lin Ling. He had collected the great demon's Dao regression celestial rank. His expression was extremely serious. The massacre was finally here. And it was faster than he had imagined. He had to leave this place immediately. Lin Ling's eyes swept across and suddenly landed on Lien Letian. After pondering for a moment, he finally understood. One had to know that he had been hiding his aura and appearance. Unless it was someone who was purposely coming for him, Lin Ling, no one would be able to detect him. But now, with 2 waves of enemies, they all knew that he, Lin Ling, was purposely here. All of this did not make sense. The only explanation was that someone was telling them. Now, the only person who knew of Lin Ling's whereabouts was Lien Letian. Lien Letian. Lin Ling growled. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. This Lien Letian was ultimately a bomb. Lin Ling, you, what are you trying to do? Being stared at by Lin Ling, Lien Letian was clearly a little flustered. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you are the will of the world. Lin Ling's mind kept thinking, trying to find a way to devour Lien Letian. Lien Letian was the will of the world. Even if he died, he could still be reincarnated. Unless he could devour him and make him die completely. But with Lin Ling's current knowledge, he had yet to find a way to devour him. Right, why not ask Senior Guangchengzi? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Then, he looked into the distance and knew that another enemy was coming. Chapter 48-44. Lien Lishan's body trembled as he panicked. He didn't know why, but the way Lin Ling looked at him made him feel that Lin Ling had a way to deal with him. Heavenly Dao Arrest Order, Lin Ling is here. He couldn't help but shout, wanting more enemies to attack Lin Ling. This also aroused Lin Ling's anger. However, the most important thing now was to leave immediately and find a quiet place to deal with Lien Letian. Go ahead and shout. If they can't kill me, Lien Letian, you're dead meat. Lin Ling said, full of killing intent. This made Lien Letian even more flustered. Whoosh! Lin Ling activated the Quafu Sun chasing boots and ran along the ground at an incomparably fast speed. However, he didn't dare to fly too high because he would become a thorn in the side. Although he didn't see anyone chasing after him, Lin Ling could feel that someone was coming for him. The reward of a Heavenly Dao Arrest Order was too generous. No one would ignore it. Sure enough, after running for 3 incense sticks, the killing intent finally arrived. Suddenly, a pitch-black light appeared in front of him. It was like a huge wall, blocking Lin Ling's path. Something's not right. Lin Ling was still holding Lien Lishan's hand. His eyes stared ahead. There was a huge black wall in front of them that was emitting dense smoke. Lin Ling's soul force quietly swept over it. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This wall was too big. It was actually bigger than any of the prefectures in the 9 prefectures. When he looked up again, the terrifying thing was that this wall reached straight into the clouds and into the Grand Mist Aura. Most importantly, the Grand Mist Aura didn't seem to affect this wall. The Grand Mist Aura was the most mysterious existence in the Dao realm. No god could break through it. Now that there was someone who didn't fear the Grand Mist Aura, it was no wonder that Lin Ling was shocked. Rumble. At this moment, there was finally a rumbling sound behind them. It seemed like a large number of gods and demons were chasing after them. The only choice left for Lin Ling was to break through this wall as soon as possible and escape. Rumble. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. The terrifying power of divinity slammed into the black wall, creating a rumbling sound. However, the sword that had always been invincible only managed to create a small gap in the black wall. Moreover, black smoke came out of the gap and quickly repaired it. What a strong defense! Lin Ling's pupils constricted. His innate talent fusion, gray robe appeared, and he slashed out another slash. This sword strike was much more powerful. It cut 100 meters into the black wall, but in the blink of an eye, black mist filled the gap and intertwined with each other. The black wall was restored to its original state. What is this? Lin Ling's expression became more and more. Looking behind him, he realized that a powerful aura was descending. He could even see the enemy coming. Above the heavens ants, and demonic chi with his st. In midair, a white light flickered and flew over with the speed of 20 million worlds. This was a divine bird, and it was an extremely fast divine bird. Bang! 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 On the other side, the green-furred lion broke through countless mountains, roaring at the sky as it arrived. As for the southeast, sand and stones were flying everywhere. In the rolling sandstorm, a pair of eyes faintly appeared and stared at Lin Ling, full of murderous intent. Lin Ling could sense from the aura that these powerful enemies were late-stage high gods. He couldn't win. Lin Ling had already used the universe's 3 extremes break. With only the eternal killing world and Pangu's attack, he was no match for these enemies. Lin Ling, how dare you kill my Flying Frost Valley's people? A low voice finally sounded. What shocked Lin Ling was that the voice came from in front of him. The black wall finally moved. Amidst the endless black clouds, a pair of cold eyes hung in the air like the moon. Very evil, very strange. The eyes stared at Lin Ling, and it was huge. Lin Ling's pupils trembled violently. Only then did he realize that it was a head, and there were eyes on the head. The scariest thing was that Lin Ling realized that it was a huge demon turtle, and the thing in front of him was the body of the demon turtle. However, the body of the demon turtle was too big, as though it was a universe of its own. Flying Frost Valley? Lin Ling's expression changed. He had completely guessed the origin of these demons. They were probably the 4 kings of the Flying Frost Valley. However, their strength was indeed terrifying. Most importantly, they were just ordinary kings in the demon city. If they were really powerful demons, wouldn't they be even more powerful? You won't be able to escape after killing my Flying Frost Valley's people. However, I didn't expect you to be a wanted criminal of the heavenly Tao. From behind, a loud voice sounded like a sound wave, causing Lin Ling's eardrums to hurt. I have to leave this place immediately. Lin Ling knew that there was no time to lose. If he was really surrounded here, he would definitely die. Lin Ling, ha ha ha. He looked at Lien Letian again. At this moment, he was overjoyed, as though he saw Lin Ling unable to escape. He roared at the demons, I've found this Lin Ling for you. As long as you let me go, everything of Lin Ling will belong to you. Indeed, Lien Letian had informed them to come. This made Lin Ling want nothing more than to kill Lien Letian with his sword. However, Lin Ling endured it. He knew that Lien Letian was eager to kill him and reincarnate, but Lin Ling wouldn't let him off so easily. Pangu strike, sky-splitting slash. Lin Ling put away the tyrannical song sword and unleashed another killer move. He raised his hand high and suddenly slashed forward. A mere human dares to go against our great king? You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Ling was about to attack, the great kings were full of disdain. They didn't think that Lin Ling could cause a stir among the late-stage high-level great gods. Rumble. However, when Lin Ling slashed down, the huge black flag in front of him was cut open, revealing a 1-meter-wide path that went straight into the distance. You cut me open. The huge demonic turtle let out a shocked voice in disbelief. The few great demons behind it also stopped in their tracks, their faces full of shock. However, Lin Ling noticed that even though he had slashed the demonic turtle in half, the demonic turtle wasn't dead at all. At most, it had suffered some minor injuries. Moreover, the path that had been slashed open was filled with black clouds, and it was rapidly recovering. Pangu strike, spiritual extinction. Lin Ling shouted angrily in his heart. His body disappeared from the spot as though he had teleported and shot into the black wall in front of him. At this moment, the black wall was rapidly fusing. Lin Ling's move was obviously extremely dangerous. If he couldn't escape before the black wall completely fused, he would be caught in the middle of the black wall and completely captured by the great demons. Lin Ling also knew this. Chapter 48-45. How did his speed increase so much all of a sudden? King Xian, stop him quickly. Seeing Lin Ling suddenly disappear, the great demons behind him all roared loudly. They had never imagined that a mere mid-level deity human would actually possess so many powerful techniques. He, entering my body, he's courting death. The giant demon turtle also spoke in human language and said disdainfully. However, his voice soon became panicked. Oh no, he escaped. As soon as he said this, the world fell silent. Under the joint efforts of the Flying Frost Valley's great kings, the human god had actually escaped. Chase. The great demons were furious. Their bodies became huge, and they galloped on the ground like giants. As for the gigantic demon turtle, it shrunk and opened up a path for them. After the great demons passed by it, it chased after Lin Ling. However, when they chased after Lin Ling, they suddenly realized that Lin Ling had completely disappeared. Whoosh! In the sky, a white light pierced through the void. After disappearing for a moment, it returned and turned into a middle-aged man in a white robe. The middle-aged man's nose was very sharp, like an eagle's beak. He shouted coldly, "Damn it, he escaped. King Yen, with your speed, you can't catch up with him?" The other great kings were shocked. His speed is estimated to have reached 20 million world speed. The middle-aged man in the white robe said angrily. As soon as he said this, the great kings all gasped. 20 million world speed was difficult even for great demons like them. Only King Yen, who was the original body of the bloody killing swallow, could have such speed. However, King Yen only had 20 million world speed and did not surpass Lin Ling. Therefore, he could not catch up with Lin Ling. And now, a mid-level god also possessed this kind of speed? 300 million Tao realm fragments, he escaped just like that. An old man walked over angrily with a huge turtle shell on his back. It was the demon turtle. At this moment, Lin Ling kept rushing forward at an extremely fast speed. He looked back and suddenly realized that the Tao pagoda hanging in the sky was getting smaller and smaller. This meant that he was being chased in another direction. But now, he had no choice. Behind him, Lien Letian was still being held back by Lin Ling's soul chains. This made Lin Ling nod inwardly. He was most afraid that Lien Letian would escape. After a long time, Lin Ling sensed that the power of Pangu's attack was weakening, and his speed finally slowed down. However, Lin Ling was still cautious. His trump cards were very powerful, but they could only be used once. If he encountered a powerful enemy now, he would definitely be in trouble. Lin Ling, is it? You're really strong. You actually hid here. I had to activate my divine ability, the staircase of the world, to catch up to you. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Then, a sword slashed over. Divine sword surged, slaying demons. This sword came without any warning and was incomparably fast, causing Lin Ling's expression to greatly change. He anxiously tried to block it, but was immediately injured by the powerful divine power. Clang! After the tyrannical song sword collided with the sword, Lin Ling's figure rapidly retreated. Looking at his shoulder, it was now covered in blood. He looked into the distance and saw a man holding a sword on a mountain peak in the distance. He stood there calmly. His sword caused the sky to change color. Middle stage high god, but he's very strong. His divine power has reached 600 million. Lin Ling's expression was extremely solemn. He had just escaped from the great demon, but he did not expect to be caught up again. Most importantly, this person seemed to be a human god. Moreover, the opponent's speed was too fast. He could actually catch up to Lin Ling. Right, he mentioned the staircase of the world. Could it be the staircase of the gods? Lin Ling thought to himself. Then, he said coldly, "Who are you?" Whoosh! On the mountain peak, the man did not bother to say anything. He slashed down with his sword. Rumble! Under this sword, a large number of mountains were slashed and floated in the sky like light feathers. It was very beautiful. Then, the invisible divine power merged into the sword and slashed at Lin Ling. Merge! Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. A gray robe appeared, and his divine power and physical strength instantly skyrocketed, reaching 200 million. The tyrannical Song sword blocked in front of him, madly blocking the fatal sword. Rumble! Lin Ling was as if he was blocking the impact of a storm. His figure was constantly knocked back, but in the end, this terrifying horizontal slash was blocked by Lin Ling. Bang! 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 The sword passed around Lin Ling, and all the mountains behind him were flattened. Countless mountains floated in the sky like feathers. Looking from afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. This person is very strong, and he's also a swordsman. If I can't defeat him, I'll be in even more trouble. Now, there are definitely many people who want to kill me, and they're all on the way. I have to speed up. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and there were billowing flames spewing out of them. Very good strength. To be able to block my sword with the realm of a mid-stage mid-god, you're considered very amazing among the gods. On the mountain peak, the man said indifferently, "Since you blocked my sword, I'll tell you my name, Mount Shu Sword God." Mount Shu was an extremely famous sword faction in ancient times. They slayed demons and ruled the world with their swords. They were extremely powerful. Once, Lin Ling also knew a god called Mount Shu Sword Immortal. This person came from Mount Shu. However, there were many swordsmen in Mount Shu, and Mount Shu Sword Immortal was only one of them. Most importantly, the god called Mount Shu Sword God in front of him was even stronger. How did you detect me?" Lin Ling asked. "Someone told me and roughly told me your whereabouts. My god's stairs can cross a world. I noticed your figure at the distant Dao Tower. I stepped into the void and arrived here." The man said indifferently. Lin Ling nodded. So it was the god's stairs. However, this person's god's stairs was really terrifying. It could cross realms. This meant that if this person used the god's stairs, he could go to the chaotic realm and the void of the 9 regions. My god's stairs is not as powerful as you think. It has no attack power, and there is a limit to the number of times it can be used. Moreover, I can't go to realms that I haven't been to, such as the Dao Tower. As if guessing Lin Ling's thoughts, the man said again. No wonder he didn't enter the Dao Tower. It turned out that he couldn't use the god's stairs to enter places that he hadn't been to before. However, Lin Ling still felt that this person's god's stairs were too heaven-defying. Because with this kind of god's stairs, if he encountered a powerful enemy, he could escape from the dangerous place in one step. Well, I've said what needs to be said. Now, die. The man jumped down from the sky. With a sword in hand, he cut through the thorns and shot towards Lin Ling. Rumble. This sword was incomparably terrifying. It was like a shooting star. The divine power had reached a terrifying level. Chapter 48-46. Lin Ling's eternal killing world was the same as Pangu's strike. It even had an advantage that Pangu's strike did not have, which was that there was no limit to the number of times it could be used. Moreover, it had accumulated tens of thousands of centuries of killing. It was terrifying. You overestimate yourself. Seeing that Lin Ling actually took the initiative to attack, the man immediately laughed disdainfully. But at this moment, he realized that a powerful universe of killing was coming at him, as if it was going to drown him. He had seen the ocean of killing, the river of killing, and even the most powerful heaven and earth of killing, but this was the first time he had seen the universe of killing. The killing intent of the entire universe was naturally stronger than the ocean, the river, and even the heaven and earth. Impossible. How could you have accumulated so many kills? The Mount Shu sword god roared in disbelief. The sword in his hand was also trembling, as if he did not believe in his own sword and Tao. And this collapsing river, once he had doubts, his will collapsed. The terrifying killing affected him, making him almost lose his mind. Swoosh. At the same time, Lin Ling's sword arrived. With a clang, it was blocked by the Mount Shu sword god's sword. In terms of strength, Lin Ling was no match for the Mount Shu sword god. His body flew backward and smashed into the ground. However, the Mount Shu sword god in the sky was not any better. Blood dripped from the hand holding the sword. Obviously, he was also injured by Lin Ling's sword. Of course, the most important thing was that he was affected by Lin Ling's killing, which caused his combat strength to weaken by as much as 60%. Why do you have so much killing? The Mount Shu sword god's eyes were red as he stared at Lin Ling. If you don't kill, these killings won't affect you. On the ground, Lin Ling looked at him indifferently, then ran in another direction. The Mount Shu sword god wanted to chase after Lin Ling, but in the end, he held back because he was still affected by the killings. His Tao heart was unstable, and he almost lost himself. If he didn't kill, the eternal killing world wouldn't affect him. Unfortunately, as the sword god, how could he not kill? Bang! The Mount Shu sword god fell from the sky and then sat cross-legged on the ground, resisting the killing from the illusion with all his strength. It was as if he had entered the world of slaughter that Lin Ling had once entered. His soul was in turmoil. He never thought that he would be defeated. He pursued the supreme Mount Shu sword mantra, but he forgot to improve his state of mind. This was his biggest flaw. Although he managed to escape, at least he gave me some pointers. He clearly told me where my flaws are. After the Mount Shu sword divine weapon pondered for a moment, it was no longer angry. Instead, it was incomparably happy. As a swordsman, what he wanted to know the most was where his flaws were. He originally thought that he was no longer afraid of slaughter, but now he realized that what he wasn't afraid of was small massacres. He was still too inexperienced when it came to the real universe of slaughter. This Mount Shu sword god is so powerful. At this moment, Lin Ling was running into the distance. Blood was dripping from his arms and shoulders. He had clearly suffered serious injuries after clashing with the Mount Shu sword god. In this short period of time, he had fought several gods and demons. This also gave Lin Ling a deep understanding of the Tao Pagoda. His current strength was much weaker in the vicinity of the Tao Pagoda. Not to mention the Tao Pagoda that was the focus of everyone's attention. In the Tao Pagoda, he was probably an ancient god who had founded a sect. Behind Lin Ling, even Lation's expression was constantly changing. After witnessing Lin Ling escape danger again and again, he realized how terrifying Lin Ling's strength was. He had killed 2 old foxes and an old jackal, killed a great demon of the flying Frost Valley, escaped from the mouth of a strange tree demon, and even killed it. Moreover, he had escaped from the hands of the 4 great demons of the flying Frost Valley, fought the Mount Shu sword god, and retreated unscathed. Was this still a mid-level god? He thought of the kid he had seen in the Dragon Valley back then, and then thought of the invincible Lin Ling now, and his heart instantly turned cold. It was said that the host body of the world's will was incomparably powerful, and its growth speed surpassed that of tens of millions of gods. However, in front of Lin Ling, the host body of the world's will, he really couldn't compare to Lu Tian. Could it be that Lin Ling was really the host body of the eighth world's will? Would he inevitably change the era in the future? I can't let him live. He is still weak now, and I can still devour him. If I wait until he is strong in the future, I will definitely be devoured. I have to make the first move. A huge pressure rose in Lu Tian's heart. Of course, he had to kill Lin Ling. Suddenly, Lu Tian's eyes lit up, and the corner of his mouth revealed a sneer. At this moment, Lin Ling was still moving forward, constantly recovering his body. Fortunately, his physical body was strong, and he had 8 dantians. In a short period of time, he had recovered more than half. However, it would take a certain amount of time for the various trump cards to recover, at least half a day. Suddenly, Lin Ling's pupils trembled violently, and then he couldn't help but curse. That was because he discovered that the world in front of him had changed. Although the world in front of him was still green with mountains and rivers, blue sky and white clouds, Lin Ling sensed that everything was distorted, and there were layers of death aura. This was a fake world. An expert had used the power of a great divine ability to seal the world in front of him. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling discovered that a gray wave of death was spreading in front of him like a tide. Wherever it passed, all the mountains and rivers trembled slightly. It seemed that there was no change on the surface, but in fact, it had completely disappeared. That feeling was as if he had entered the underworld. What a powerful technique! Lin Ling stared at a stalk of grass under his feet and discovered that it was filled with death aura. It was the netherworld grass. This meant that the gods of the underworld had come. Lien Lu Tian, you have angered me time and time again and challenged my bottom line. I will remember this grudge. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ling said calmly to Lien Lu Tian behind him. Naturally, he could guess that all of this was because of Lien Lu Tian. At this point, it's either you die or I die. What's the use of saying all this nonsense? Lien Lu Tian smiled ferociously. Since he had already shed all pretenses, there was no need to pretend anymore. Do you think you can escape just by capturing me? What a joke. You don't even know that I'm with the underworld god. He knows my whereabouts very well. Lien Lu Tian continued, now, the underworld is my backer. You want to go against the underworld alone? You're dreaming. Moreover, the underworld god has already promised me that if you die, the power of your world's will belong to me. Ha ha ha, Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, I'm looking forward to seeing you, the host of the eighth world's will. How powerful are you? How far can you allow me to grow? In the future, I want to dominate the entire universe. Chapter 48-47. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Lu Tian sneered. Naturally, he did not believe Lin Ling's words. He said indifferently, you'd better think about how to deal with the problem in front of you. All right. Lin Ling ignored him and stared ahead. Now, he had already been through a few waves of pursuers. This wave was probably the most difficult one. Because this wave came at the right time. It appeared when Lin Ling was at his weakest. Underworld Blood Sea. Yes. Suddenly, on the mountain peak in front of him, gods in grey armor appeared. They opened their hands and summoned the powerful Underworld Blood Sea, which surged toward Lin Ling. The Underworld Blood Sea was a terrifying sea that washed away the memories, strength, and origin of those who entered the underworld. Any god who entered the Blood Sea would be washed away and turned into a blank reincarnation. Of course, the Underworld Blood Sea was only powerful in the underworld. But now, the gods of the underworld had moved a part of the underworld here, allowing the Blood Sea to descend. Woo woo woo. Another song entered Lin Ling's ears, making him feel dazed. It was as if he had heard the song of life. On the surging Blood Sea, Lin Ling saw an ancient sailboat moving forward. There was only one fisherman on the sailboat. He was topless and wore a straw hat. He stood on the bow of the boat and looked into the distance. Come, 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 cross the other shore with me. From now on, you will live forever and be free from the suffering of this world. The fisherman's voice was old, like a guiding light. After the fisherman's song, endless illusions appeared, as if saying that money, fame, beauty, and strength were all for nothing. Lin Ling's eyes were blank, but at this time, a clear current flowed into his mind, causing Lin Ling to instantly wake up. He found that the clear current came from the universe's three extremes break. When he took a closer look, he found that the so-called fisherman was actually a skeleton. This skeleton drove the tattered boat and rolled in the blood sea. It was incomparably terrifying. This underworld blood sea is too strong. A thought appeared in Lin Ling's mind. He did not stay any longer and fled in another direction. When the netherworld gate opens, everything in the world will submit. However, seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave, the underworld deities on the surrounding mountain peaks formed complicated seals. At the same time, numerous bronze gates appeared in all directions, sealing the various great universes. Bang bang bang. The gigantic bronze gate was like the great laws of the universe. When it suppressed the sky, a terrifying power surged into the earth, annihilating everything. Although this was the Dao realm, it was clear that the Dao realm's netherworld laws were the same as the primal chaos realm and the void of the 9 prefectures. After the gods here died, they would enter the netherworld and disappear forever. After a total of 18 netherworld gates appeared, the color of the entire world became even darker. At the same time, a strange feeling enveloped Lin Ling's entire body. He discovered that he had been sealed, and he couldn't leave the netherworld. And at this time, the terrifying sea of blood from the netherworld surged over, sealing off any direction that Lin Ling could escape in, causing Lin Ling to have nowhere to hide. Lin Ling, your life is up. Quickly return to the netherworld. Moreover, the King Yenluo from the netherworld gate also appeared from the netherworld gate. The book of life and death appeared in his hands as he read Lin Ling's name. He wanted to ban Lin Ling. My life is in my hands, Lin Ling. Since when is it your turn to talk nonsense? Lin Ling looked up and sneered. Lin Ling, your life is up. Quickly return to the netherworld. However, the King Yenluo from the netherworld gate had a cold expression. His eyes were filled with disdain, and he didn't care about Lin Ling's words at all. Lin Ling looked around, trying to find a way to escape. However, the netherworld gate was too strong, and he had used up all his trump cards. He couldn't block it with just his innate talent. Splash splash splash. In the end, Lin Ling was submerged in the sea of blood. He tumbled up and down, and a large number of skeletal arms appeared, pulling Lin Ling down into the sea of blood. Get out of my way. Lin Ling unleashed his strength and continued to blow up these skeletons. Rumble. A large number of skeletons exploded, but there were too many skeletons around. In the end, the sea of blood stopped flowing and began to retreat, leaving behind an endless number of skeletons. This was a sea of skeletons. Lin Ling's entire body was grabbed by a large number of skeletal arms and sank down. Looking from afar, this scene was incomparably terrifying. How pitiful. In the distance, even Lutian was gloating over the misfortune of the other party. The eyes of the King Yenluo from the netherworld gate flashed as he sneered. Lin Ling was very famous in the netherworld. He wasn't afraid of the god of the underworld and challenged the great laws of the netherworld. The netherworld had long wanted to bring him to justice. However, Lin Ling's luck was good and he had repeatedly escaped the pursuit of the netherworld. This time, Lin Ling couldn't escape. As long as he entered the netherworld gate, everything would be decided by the netherworld gate. No matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he would become a cripple. You want to kill me? Dream on. Being pulled by countless skeletons, Lin Ling also roared as he activated all the divine power in his body and blasted it towards himself. And this method was suicide. Hold him back. Seeing this scene, the various King Yanluo roared and struck out with the laws of the netherworld, causing the sea of skeletons to rise into a monstrous wave and drown Lin Ling's head. You want to commit suicide? It's not that easy. Seeing Lin Ling being taken away by the sea of skeletons, the King Yanluo sneered. Suicide, although it was also entering the netherworld, because Lin Ling was a god, it might be difficult for him to reincarnate and directly disappear in the universe. Moreover, even if he could reincarnate, Lin Ling would only be reincarnated into the path of the beast and suffer tribulation after tribulation. However, the purpose of the Netherworld Gate was to keep Lin Ling alive and imprisoned in the Netherworld Gate forever. How could they let Lin Ling die so easily? And now, Lin Ling was drowned by the sea of skeletons, which meant that Lin Ling had been completely brought into the Netherworld Gate. Even the ancient gods could not resist the Netherworld Gate. Go back. Then, the King Yanluo said indifferently, closed the gate of the Netherworld Gate, and disappeared without a trace. Hehe, it's finally settled. The gods of the Netherworld standing on top of the mountain laughed excitedly. They formed complicated seals and withdrew the sea of blood from the Netherworld Gate. Rumble. A huge black hole appeared, and the billowing sea of blood flowed in reverse and finally disappeared. Unfortunately, no one saw that when the sea of blood flowed in reverse, a five-colored light also quietly appeared and floated into the sky with a figure. And that figure was Lin Ling. Lin Ling still had one chance to be protected by the Dao realm. He had used it in the end and escaped from the Dao realm. This was something that no one knew. Lin Ling is finally dead. At this moment, even Letian let out a light breath and took a step forward, flying toward the gods of the Netherworld Gate. Lin Ling is a great enemy of the Netherworld Gate. The god of the Netherworld has wanted to capture him for a long time, and now, his wish has finally come true. We have also made a great contribution. Even Letian, you have also made a great contribution. The gods of the Netherworld Gate looked at even Letian and said, and they were all extremely happy. Ha ha ha, we are really lucky. When the gods of the audience said this, even Letian was even happier. Then, he suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, did you sense the power of Lin Ling's world will?